Karen.
Here.
Brian.
Here.
Morgan.
Here.
Here. I'm here. Bill's here.
And Rob's here.
Rob's here.
I'm here.
God, Rob, you're taking a beating. Okay, this is going to be a pretty simple meeting to start with, and we only have a couple of things to go over and talk about. And the consent agenda only consists of the minutes of the last meeting, and those went out. You got those, right?
Yeah, they're posted.
And so we have those, and so we would need a motion to accept the consent agenda. It was noted in these minutes that there were corrections to last month's minutes that were needed. Not all of that information. Stacy wasn't able to get all of the information needed. I think she's trying to get together with Karen on what Karen had asked to have changed. So that was noted in these minutes to be added and will be noted when we get that information. So other than that, there wasn't any committee reports or any items that were in there. So
Bill,
concerning the consent agenda.
Bill, you did not send them to everybody, or you're only posting them on the website and we're supposed to go out and get them?
No, they were sent out. I sent them out, and then I sent them to Michelle and she posted them.
So you sent them individually to each board member?
Yes.
Through what?
The Gmail account. I don't know what I'm supposed to use.
Oh, and
President.
I'm just asking because I don't have them. So that's why I looked for them again this morning and,
Okay.
and not see them. So I'm just wondering if things were changed and I wasn't following the process that you now have in place.
No, no, I could send them to, I will send them to you right now on my AOL account, because I know that works between you and I. I have been still finding things on spam. I don't know if that I'm doing something wrong. It'll clear up sooner or later.
Could you share that with me too, Bill?
Yep. Okay, so any other questions? Okay, is there a motion to accept?
I'll make the motion to accept. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. Call for a vote.
Karen.
I haven't seen anything, so I can't vote for him. So no.
Okay, go on.
Rob.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Tom.
I should probably say no too. I haven't seen it either.
Yeah.
We'll pass on it.
Bill, can I ask a quick question in regards to last month's meeting? You made a comment about your email. I sent you that list of landowners. I sent it to your president account. Did you not get that? Okay. I'll resend it.
No, I didn't. I didn't see that. Okay, so down to committee reports. I'm open to any committee who wants to make a report this morning. I was contacted by Meg. She does have a question and wants to talk to the board about volunteer fundraising. So Meg, you on the floor.
So I think all of you know that Kyle is now the co-chair, Mr. Analytical, but he is out trying to kill an elk, bless his heart. And so he's not here today, but he sent me an email that he wanted me to share with everybody. And this was from the 13th. So some things have changed. Michelle and I just talked, but I want to read this to you and then I'll do a couple updates. So he says, in preparation for the board meeting on Sunday, I wanted to provide you with the most up-to-date set of financials. Below are the financials that are posted on our website as of August 2024. And I found today they're updated from them. Says he doesn't have the numbers from September and October. So he says, please note account number 89510, the can recycling income, shows that we have an income of $73,400.75. This reflects the income for the first 3 can drops in 2024. There have been 4 additional can drops, and the income generated from those can drops are not reflected on the income statement below. I anticipate there will be an additional $11,000 applied to the income line. Michelle and Julie worked through the deposits. As you know, we will have at least 1 additional can drop before the end of the year. We'll see about that. But we estimate this will generate an additional $2,500. The forecast for 2024 can recycling income is $20,000. In 2025, we expect to do the same. As far as budgeting is concerned, the VFC, Volunteer Fundraising Committee, is not asking for any LOA funds in 2025. We are going to be self-funded, period. We do anticipate using VFC funds for 2025 for projects that benefit our community. These projects will be discussed at our December VFC meeting. Any project over $2,000 must be approved by the BOD, and we know that. Funds raised from the VFC are considered restricted. This money is not to be used for general LOA operations. Now, I spoke to Michelle before the meeting started, and she and Julie have got a lot accomplished. So instead of our income being $73,400, as of today, and I looked it up, it's $85,940. Now, she still thinks there's 2 deposits that are not accounted for, but hopefully that'll get taken care of before December 7th, because December 7th is going to be our volunteer committee annual meeting and thank you and dinner, and then we're going to talk about 2025. So we'll be going over everything that was accomplished in 2024, and then projects that need to be done in 2025. So you're all welcome to attend. I am looking for people to let me know because I'm making spaghetti. So I need to know how much to make. But if you guys have any questions or any concerns, I'll try and answer them. But again, Kyle is Mr. Analytical. And so does the board have any questions?
I do. How do those payments not get posted?
Well, I'm not a board member, so I can't say exactly, but there was a period of time where everything sat in the vault for almost 2 months. So they weren't getting deposited regularly. But Michelle is on it now, but there's a lot to go over. And I know she's got other things to do, like a family and a regular job. But they found there have been 7 total, and I think she's found 5. So there's still 2 that are unaccounted for, as far as we can tell, on the books. Yeah.
They're in the bank, just not on the book.
Any other questions?
Is Kyle going to be the one who's monitoring this from here on out?
Yes. And we make a pretty good team because I'm the social person and he's the analytical. So he tells me everything and I tell him everything that I know. So we make a real good team. And the volunteer committee has been around for a lot of years, 30 plus. And I know that Gary Sweet always thought those funds were restricted, and so did the previous board members. So I don't know why it's not considered a restricted fund now, but that's something that we can all work on.
Help me with that. Is there clarification on whether that's a restricted fund or not?
It's not documentation that shows that it was ever established as a restricted fund. It was on an assumption that was made. I guess the misconception of the whole thing is that a restricted fund it has to be established in order to have it be restricted, but it has to have a purpose.
Well, we
And the
have,
problem, well, yeah, you have a purpose, but that's a very broad statement.
Yeah.
And
So-
it needs to be,
oh, I'm sorry.
it needs to be narrowed down to where we can identify a specific item that they're going to do that for. They'll use garbage as being a restricted fund. Well, garbage is an item that is a one item thing. It's to pay for the removal of garbage from our association.
Okay.
And the income from that comes from people who are using that.
Right.
The problem with volunteer fundraising is that their funds are partially donated and partially active, meaning that they go out and get the cans, they take the time to do that, they take the cans in, all of that is an income, which is a donated income.
Right.
But then you have the bingo and raffles, which require, there's 219 pages right there from the Oregon Department of Justice that I've had to go through to find out for sure how far we are underwater.
Right.
And right now I can't swim fast enough to get to the top. So
Okay.
that's the issue we have to have. And that's what makes the question that we can't just say, okay, we're going to make it a restricted fund.
Right.
We have to do something. And like I had talked to Kyle on several occasions, and I'm working now to create something. My thought is a parks department, and the parks department would take care of all of the items that we have. They could donate that because that is a specific fund. That is one item that they can do. And then the money can go to whatever they want it to do,
Right.
which would cover entertainment, which would cover any of the assets that they've helped to get in and have that. And right now, without that, we can't say, well, it's a restricted fund.
Right.
So the garbage, you mentioned the garbage, what you guys take in for garbage way exceeds your cost of having those big things coming and going. So
Right.
what do you do with that extra money?
That money goes towards garbage. Okay, so that's the development of a collection site, the future development of collection sites throughout the area. Collection at the beach, collection in different places. The money sits there, but has to be paid for or paid to the creation of garbage. What to do with it, how we take care of it.
I think Kyle has also talked to you, and we'll discuss this at our meeting on December 7th, of removing the volunteer money from the board, so you don't have this hanging over your shoulders, because I know you guys have to sign this thing now that says that you're responsible. So we're going to discuss that. Kyle has talked to John, because John did that with the gun club.
Yes.
And so that is something we're going to discuss. Also, I know Kyle has said this before, and I'll say it again. If it happens that there are taxes to be paid on the volunteer fund committee money, we will pay that.
Right.
Out of the fund. So
Right.
that's not, I don't want that to be an issue for the board. And moving forward, it's not going to be an issue, because
Right, and
one of the.
I think we've got a handle on it. It's just
Yeah.
getting the details worked out. But you have licensing, you have auditing, you have multiple items that haven't been done in years.
Yeah.
And were never done. And if you're talking about $200 or $300, I'm sure they're not gonna look, but you're talking about what the volunteer fundraising.
83,000
$88,000.
or 88.
$88,000.
Yeah.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
that has ramifications.
Well, for the few people in this room that have been to the cannon bottle sort, we earned every penny of it. It's a POS, and we still have dirty diapers
Yep.
that come down the conveyor belt.
Yep.
Ken had a fabulous idea with that conveyor belt, but we still have to deal with all that crap.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
The government doesn't care about how hard people.
I
work.
know, I know, I
They don't
know.
care.
But, and
We'll pay our portion.
yeah, but that's it. Then that's why I want to keep it
Yeah.
very apparent.
Yep.
The only things we as a board get concerned about is the bingo and the raffles, because those have an effect on us. The hard work you guys put in on the rest of that is there, but the government's only going to look at that dollar amount.
Well, there's a lot of hard work that goes into bingo too.
Oh, no
4th
problem.
of July, if you were down there at 104 degrees and cooking burgers and dogs.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But Kyle just wanted everybody to know that he and Michelle and Julie are working on it, because all those missing, and there were 5 of them that were missing, and now there's just 2. That was a lot of money and a
Yeah.
lot of hard work. So now that there's just 2 left, and I bet before December 7th, she'll have a hell of a map.
No, great. Well,
Okay.
that's as long as, be sure to let Kyle know in case there's any other questions that he has. So.
Yeah.
Because Morgan's been handling it great.
Trying.
We get updates, so we know what's going on. So
Yeah.
He's doing.
Yep.
I still would love to see it work the direction of being you guys' own entity like the gun
Yeah.
club is. That would be,
Yeah.
that would make everybody here.
Yeah, and John has been very helpful. He and Kyle have had several discussions because that's exactly what he did with the gun club.
Yeah.
And so we'll do that, and I don't think it'll make a hill of beans difference between people donating or not donating or participating. It just takes a load off of you guys' shoulders and puts it onto the volunteer committee, and makes us responsible.
Right. Then that way you can have your own budget,
Right.
Yeah,
own everything, and
Yeah.
you can submit requests for money from the budget that'll come that you'll spend. And
yeah.
he's good.
Oh, yeah,
He's very
he
good.
definitely is good. No, he's
Okay.
terrific. But for right now, I just hope that it gets taken care of before December 7th, because we're really looking at projecting in 2025 and.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Ready. Thank you. Okay. Has anybody, any director heard from any other committee that they want to make a comment? Is there anybody on phone? Whatever. Okay.
No, but I have a quick question, just,
Yes.
and it might not be in the right slot. The CTA sign-up memo that we got from Harper Lepore,
Yes.
when I started doing it and pulled it up, it was the Morgan's name on it. And
Then I mixed up Director 6 and Director 5.
and so I haven't been able to do it.
I signed yours for you, Tom.
I haven't decided whether I'm gonna sign it.
Yeah. I will make that change. I'll resend it with your Director 6 or 5? You're
5.
I'll hunt mine down and I'll see if I had your name on it, because I saw it, but I.
Okay.
Sign it yet.
And a quick update on that. I know, Tom, you had asked me about it before. The insurance is working on a policy that's going to cover that. Right now, an errors and emissions policy doesn't necessarily go as in-depth. Remember, you asked me to look into it.
Right, yeah.
With them. However, they are in the process of, I guess this has become obviously a really hot button insurance. So they're going to come up with something. They expect to have something by November 30th to send back, because they have only until December 31st to have it in place. So hopefully they will have something. And I'm still reluctant until I see that insurance.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so I'll let you know. I'll let
Thanks.
everybody know as soon
Yeah.
as they tell me. Okay, then Rob.
Public test, are we doing public?
Oh, public testimony, yes. Did we have anybody out? We have our usual. Bob, did you have anything on roads?
Well, yes and no. We patched about everything we can patch. I'm curious what we talked about before, having a snow budget and the road budget. Is the snow budget for the plows? I mean, is that where that
Yes.
comes money?
Yeah.
So when I go to get a new set of chains for the plow or a new tire, that comes out of that money?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. For the time being, yes, that's where we're going to go.
Okay.
We'll try to do something to a consolidation, so. Okay, and then I apologize to all of you, but I'm gonna ask this question. Steve, got anything? Oh, okay, here we go.
So, gate report, motor had failed on Friday. We were here on Wednesday due to ordering. We went pretty smoothly for the motor. Got paid for somehow through Ryan. And thanks to Randy Panic, which I don't, if Randy's listening, kudos. He got us a spare motor for free because he talked to Sun Power, since he was the original person involved with that. And made a statement that the motor should last longer, and we have a spare now.
Will that fit both sides?
There's been both sides.
Sweet.
So, very good. Good. Gate's been working excellent. That motor was noisy and anticipated that it was going to be going out. so we're, now we have to spare. Landowner credentials, still using old cards as recently as last night. Somebody, spent quite a few minutes. in. A communication blast to get that out. Communication. And other than that, but having problems with questions. Looking at.
No, I gotta tell you, I got no calls on the gates. It's been great.
Perfect, that's what we want, right?
Yeah, that's what we're striving for, so.
I almost called you Thursday.
You couldn't get in.
And I'm holding that thing and, you know, it's like, oh, dark 30 and I pulled up and set myself a pass.
I think the one thing I learned is being close isn't always a good thing. Being a little
Yeah.
far away.
Oh, really?
So I yell at
That's my
people
problem,
from
too.
my window in front of me as they are doing that. And I go, hey, back it up. And they go,
Oh, okay.
Huh?
I
I've done it
thought,
probably 5 times already. Yeah,
Sometimes
people-
it works just not even having to take it out of your car. You're like, boop, and it goes.
Yeah,
So
I was going
keep
to
it back
the
further.
scanner out my window and it goes. boop, and
What's
out
that?
my window.
What's that code?
I've watched the lead electrical test it. They
Code
start
number
up-
on the bottom?
No, they start from way back and they walk up and they'll get like.
Take that off?
Or,
That's their range.
So you got.
yeah, it's far. It's, you put
Yeah.
your feet up on it. You don't have, I mean, you can expand it. It'll work either way, but you,
well, I've got.
being
ones
up on
already.
it is worse than being further.
Only way to go.
Yeah, oh, yeah. It's
Car is not gonna be further than 3 feet away, so look right at your window, it will work better that way.
It's hard to fix old habits.
Yeah, just
Really is.
teaching one at a time.
There's a question up there.
Got on that.
So you took my time to, finish my report. Thought I was done.
Oh, hang on, Randy, I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Okay, so as you notice, our sales of credentials, that's our only income, has slowed way down, 2 a day probably on average. So just to let you know, there's not gonna be a lot of money coming in, probably until next holiday season or summer. So counting on that for a fund. The houseboat system. I haven't really got any answers, about liabilities.
Yeah, we have to get that out of the, Harker Lepore, and they haven't gotten it back.
Okay, all right. That's my only concern on that system there, so, okay, now.
Okay. Getting back to Randy, up here on the CTA exemption, Randy Geisler submitted a very nice, and very appropriate explanation on why he feels that it's justified that we not fall to the, Corporate Transparency Act. I sent that information to Parker before. I've been in contact with them, we've had discussions. They're still working through some questions that they're researching that Randy came up with, so that will be an ongoing piece. But many thanks to Randy, he's putting in a lot of hours on this very thing, because it's hard to quantify the problems or the responsibilities that are gonna come from the CTA agreement. But if we don't follow everything and know where we're at on it, we could be in trouble. So Randy stepped up and he's doing some good stuff for us. Okay, anything else?
I just like to commend the office staff. Is it, our new person is Angela? Anita, right? I went in, introduced myself, identified myself as a board member, wanted to get my cards and my RFID reader thing, and she sent me right out to my truck to get my vehicle registration. So
Oh,
I like that.
yeah,
Okay, so,
yeah.
you know, and she did put it on for me, which is very nice. But it was great that the process was down and she didn't let me slide because I name dropped,
Yeah,
which is exactly what we need.
yeah.
So follow that up, we've actually had contractors who have flown out of here very unhappy because they were turned around thinking that, oh, the old system let me in, I'm so-and-so. Well, cool. That's not how it works, so, if anybody is listening, that is a contractor, go through the proper process to get in, because the old system is gone. That phrase has been said 4,000 times and beaten to death. As far as what Steve was saying with the blast, one thing Michelle and I have spoke about is, since we already have to send out a monthly blast of sorts for this meeting, if we could get everyone who wants to put a little bit of information into that, we can try to get into a rhythm of like maybe the first of every month, we send out like, the gatekeeper says, hey, old cards don't work. And the volunteer group says, hey, our meeting is on the 14th. And then, just those bits of information that happen month to month, and we can send that out all at once. We already have the problem of people who don't want to read it are just not going to read it, even if it's pertaining specifically to them. But if we can get people into a habit of saying, like, I know on the first of every month, I'm going to get the information I'm looking for, they may be more inclined to actually read them, and then we can give out those little bits of information. Because what we don't want to do is blast just small snippets and then overwhelm. Like if we send out 5, 6, 7 emails at a time and they were just generic, that's how people are going to stop reading them altogether. But we do want to get that information out. So, and I know every committee has a little bit of something they wish to say. So that's
Ryan, how are you communicating with some of our older property owners who don't have internet and emails?
I mean, what we found with the whole gate and the transition, is actually a very, very small number. There's some out here, right, that we know of, but it's super small. And so I think if, you know, and primarily the office knows who they are, right? Like they're coming into the office quite a bit. So I think that we could easily just, one of the ideas that we had in the office was they have a big monitor that they're not using anymore, and actually putting up some of that news on that monitor. So when people come in, they see it as they walk in too. So that could be one option for them. If they want it printed, the office could print it. I mean, like, yeah.
We do communicate a lot with those folks, though. I mean, Anita and I both know it's like, I think a handful of people.
Yeah, and with the new gate system and the website, it's an ongoing battle to clean it up. So we do have our employees calling to say, hey, is this email correct? Hey, is this name correct? Hey, is this address and name correct? So it's in everyone's best interest when they answer that phone to say, no, that's not right. Or yeah, that's correct. That phone number is what I want to use. That email is the one I check. And that makes everyone's life a lot easier. But putting up that resistance is definitely not going to help either side of the table. So
I know the office has contacted me several times about people's names and are they really here or they live somewhere else?
And then we have that address issue, right, that we've had forever. And I've talked with Jefferson County quite a bit. And I know the office had a couple of conversations too, and they actually have finished their survey or whatever, and they gave the results to Don, I think that was last week. And he's got like a plan to finish updating them. So hopefully some of those, because I know you just had one, hopefully that gets figured out sooner than later.
Okay, anything else from anybody? I'm not making this other than general information, so if you have something you want to talk about, because once we start into the budget, it's going to kind of spiral.
for future reference, the order of email addresses that don't have names will be the time that we have spent. So it'll be 5, 6, 7.
I knew you were 7.
I put mine last, and he was before the two of us, since we have the same amount of time.
Okay. I will make that change.
If that helps you remember.
I got the email.
That's it.
So.
And it was you?
Yeah,
And then somehow, Tom, I screwed it up.
it's all right. I'll forgive you.
Hard enough. Okay, so, Rob,
All right. So we'll start off with going over the asset snapshot. So everybody can kind of see where we're at for totals in each account as of November 15th. In total in Pacific Premier, nearly 30,000, so 29,933. Umpqua, our balance is just over 89,000. The Firewise money market accounts at 839. The legal money market is at 38,405. Garbage money market at 73,251. And then the marina money market at 69,970. And then the CD is at 873,486. And an update on the CD is that it will mature on December 5th of this year, and the board will have the option to renew it or deposit funds into the Pacific Premier Bank Marina Money Market account, which is that one that's at that 69,970. And just a reminder, the marina funds are restricted for the marina.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
Could you touch bases with Bill and I? We're gonna get some more information from the Marina Task Force in the very near future. My concern is if we find a path, that, I don't know what the options are for, access money that's locked up in a 1-year CD.
Right.
And the board may need some, money for, if we figure out a way, they may need funds for either legal, accounting, something like that. So if we can hold out some of the 69,000 and not roll that in so that we have some liquidity if the board approves whatever happens.
yeah, we'll know more after a meeting here in the near future, but out of a money market, you can write 3 checks a month.
Oh, okay.
Without penalty. So
Okay,
you're
good.
right, if we leave some in that CD money market thing, or money market, not the CD, then we could write, I never even thought about that, but that's a good thing if we have to pay.
Yeah, I don't know what the structure was, but yeah, there may be some expenses.
So something has to stay in that money market account so we can write it.
So I guess we just need to know by December 5th.
We'll
We
know.
need to make moves.
We'll have a lot more information.
Sweet. The volunteer checking at 46,661, and the volunteer fund money market at 41,692, and then roads money market at 169,901. So total assets at just over 1.4 million. Let's see here. I think that was it on the asset snapshot to go over. So now we'll go into the budget spreadsheet. And the structure of the spreadsheet, can we go to the very bottom of the spreadsheet so we can show them there?
That's the easiest.
Okay.
Go straight to the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Basically,
Let me get this shirt.
what you'll see in a moment is it's calculated, it has automatic calculations built into the spreadsheet. This came from Juliet Fieldstone. And so at the very bottom, we can change the assessment dollar amount, for example, and the number of deeded owners that are assumed. And I think it's currently at 698 is what the budget spreadsheet shows. I know there's some gray area there on that number. And so that's, I guess, B178, we can edit that. And B179, we can edit that. And then if you can scroll all the way to the top, then Michelle, please.
See how he's starting this meeting.
And then it will show that in the E5, that's where that calculation shows up. It basically multiplies those two cells together to come up with that stuff. Okay, so we essentially have a really fun task of going line by line and providing input into each of the cells. Sorry. We're gonna have to expand it
I
so we
see
can
how
see
you are.
the, yeah, we're gonna have to.
Bye.
Hang up on them.
So our task today is to fill in all the blanks in the G column in each one of those categories. Some of those are gonna be super easy. It's just assume that it's gonna be the same as it was this year. No anticipated increase or decrease. And then some might be a little more complicated and need some more context around them. So that being said, any concerns about our starting point with it's got 400 for the assessment and 698 as far as number of deeded owners. Does anybody want to shift?
I just have a question
Yeah.
about the deeded owners thing. How do we quantify? I mean, it's a mystery to me that we don't know how many deeded owners that we have. I know when we went through this process last year, I came up with 704. Now I know people may die and properties change hands or whatever, but it seems odd to me that we don't know exactly
The biggest
who's
issue
here
is
and what.
there's 698 pieces of property,
Right,
but for example, our piece of property, he pays a full set of dues and I pay a full set of dues, and that's what gets us to the 704. It
right,
used to be quite a bit higher, but people are going to LLCs and things like that. So every time the LLC only pays one set of dues and has multiple owners. So we have to look at properties,
okay,
which is the 698 pieces of property. And so that's $350, which is 244, 300.
right. And is there anything that we can do for, and I don't know the extent of the LLCs. I don't know if there's 5 or there's 50, right? But it seems to me that, and I'm not gonna say that they're all kinking the system, okay, because some of them might not be, it might be an LLC, they're just doing it for protection, and there's 2 people or whatever paying the dues, I don't know what, but it doesn't seem to me that it's fair to the rest of the landowners here if there are LLCs with multiple members. They should, I don't know if we can audit an operating agreement or whatever, but everybody needs to pay their fair share. It's not fair to everybody else if we allow a certain subset of folks to slide.
Well, there are pieces of property that have as many as 8 to 10 owners. So each of those, the thing that has been an advantage to us now where we have some control, not much, but some, is with his new system that we put in,
Right.
where the guest passes, there's only one person who is anointed with that.
Right.
That makes everybody else a guest. So what we would have to do is come up with some way of determining a value to put forth to those extra members to pay, or to come up with something to offset that. Because you're right, if you and your wife own a piece of property and that's it, and maybe the kids come up once or twice a year, that's it, that's all we got. But then you got like the guy down from us who, there are 9 owners in the LLC, and they come up all the time, and they all get their guests, or were used to all get their guests. And on a busy weekend, you would see 30 people there. Now with his, I point at you, Ryan, and say your system, it's a great system that we've been able to find. We can now control that a little bit, but I don't know. That's something that I think the task force has got to come up with something that's going to be able to put value to that.
Do we have a task force for that?
Nope, that's something that Rob's he's asking about that. That was in his note, so we're working.
Great.
I will say that this is slightly me alluding, and she's gonna have way more details, and same with Dave, this is part of cleaning up what we've been doing for so long. And this is part of cleaning up and this is part of trying to take over the reins from certain people we're paying to do stuff. And you're right, cleaning it up, because it's muddy. It's somewhat muddy, so.
So what we have to look at in this particular case is we have, that's the lion's share of what we have is the 245,000. And, you know, that becomes our basis for whatever. So now if we can add to that, then that just gives us, so if you, I throw out, you charge for guest passes, or you calculate a way of getting more money out of multiple landowners. Those are things that can all add to that.
And we have a separate fee schedule for LLCs.
Yeah, and could easily be something that doesn't.
And one of the things, just as we went into HOA Start and started putting all the information in, was actually do an audit by each property, which we've started and are, I mean, pretty much of the way done. However, what we also found is that the information that we got from the old system, I'll go back to that old gating system, which is where we pulled most of the landowners over from, didn't have a lot of properties entered in it. So now we're having to go backwards and say, what is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sesame Street? We've never heard of that before. And now we're having to go back to Jefferson County. Oh, sure enough, that really is a property here. Now we need to add it. Did we ever really pick dues from that property? Like, so there's a whole lot of questions that are coming up around that. And as we get into the LLCs, we go into the LLC, State of Oregon LLC site,
Oh, yeah.
and you know, they've got the
Spent a lot of time there.
that are, yeah, that are responsible,
Yeah, but
whatever
that,
the title is that they use it. Those are the ones that we're really like, okay, you're what we consider the deeded owner person, and you're the one that's getting the access, and you're gonna have to share. You're gonna have to be the one that's controlling who's getting access for your visitors.
right, but what that doesn't show you is the operating agreement. which
I agree with you.
defines
I agree, and what we
all the
can't get
members.
from Fieldstone, we've asked 17 different ways, is show me who paid fees for what property last year. They cannot give us a good list about that. I've repeatedly asked that. The office has asked
We've
that.
asked for
I
it.
think Rob asked that. I mean, it's like, they give us this different version
Right.
each and every time, so.
But we still
we're-
get no.
Yeah, we're gonna, so the HOA Start system actually has a whole budgeting piece to it, a financial piece. And so what Rob and I had talked about it just very high level, is we need to start creating that budget in that system so that we can make sure that everything that we need, we're getting.
Right.
And we can just mirror it to the other system while we decide what is happening with it.
Sounds good.
And then there's a question in chat that you can't see because we took it off.
Go ahead, read it.
It's, are LLC owners deemed to be deeded owners under TRLA bylaws?
Yeah, an LLC, it
It's an
constitutes
entity.
an ownership. So they would have the deeded owner, they would be the AD. But it's the LLC itself, so that's where we had to go back and pick a management. Who controlled it, who controls the LLC, and what is the managing document for the LLC? So yes, they're considered a deeded owner.
All right, we're off to a good start. We got 0 cells filled.
We're blasted.
All right, so G, this is gonna sound like bingo too. G6.
Meg, start calling this out, yeah.
Geez.
So this is where I would turn to communications for, again, this is an estimation of where the communications committee anticipates being for.
So here's, so there's 2 different lines there, right? There's the ad board income and the newsletter income. Well, the new way that things go out in the digital age, there's no like separate newsletter. The newsletter is actually part of the HOA Start system. So there's not like a paper form of a, yes, we're gonna have some available for people to pick up in the office if they so want, but it's not like a paper form anymore. So, you know, I know Ryan, you've done some noodling over this, and that income amount for the ad board is gonna go up with the approved changes that were made.
Okay, so let's,
Numbers got you nuts.
we're gonna use the 244,300 for our number to start with. That's agreed? G5.
This,
Yes.
Okay, so we're staying with that.
Staying with
Okay.
that.
So then what's the calculation with the new rates that are gonna go out? Cause we can easily combine those two advertising items, what's the new rate? What can we expect? Because you've got, how many spaces are on that board out there?
Well, it depends on if it's a property owner or not a property.
Yeah.
owner, 'cause you
So
guys
there's a
voted
little variance there.
to be less for a property owner to advertise.
And the first year is gonna look a little different because some have already paid. You know, Stacy, Meg, my husband have already paid for it, so we're gonna have to prorate that for the next year. So next year's gonna look a little different anyway.
Yeah, but you're prorating it at the same amount, right? So,
Yeah, but they've,
so the
Pacific Energy is another one. They have a really big amount that they paid in at the start, and so they really aren't gonna have to pay for the board at all this next year.
okay, so did that payment that they have go into the 2024 financial?
I'm gonna assume, yes.
Okay, so then we should show a considerable positive amount to the advertising. We should be over budget on the income for both of those. So that would be a carryover item that we can carry over to the 2025 year. So that we'll still see the money as we have, because we've got to come up with a solid number, whether it came in 2024 or comes in 2025, it's still going to have come in.
Yeah.
Is there like a rates are going up 2x, 3x or something? Because we could take 1,600 times 3x.
Well, what's the number of spots on the board? I don't know the
I
actual.
think there's, I was just trying to, I think there's 36.
So do 36 times all landowner costs, not outside, because the outside's
So
more.
that's 10,800.
I would go with that, and then below that, instead of newsletter, why don't we have an option? Digital, like you can still pay to put your name on the website without the ad board.
True. We
So
haven't
you,
come up with the
but
total for
you
that,
could
yeah.
you could put 0 for the number, and then it would be all over income for the next year, because we don't, that's a new item.
So you say 10,800 here
Correct.
and 0 there.
Yeah, that's my opinion. And then change newsletter income to website advertisement.
Can I change that?
Are we allowed to change
I don't want
names?
to-
No, you got, they'll still have to change the number in the.
Can we put a note?
I'll make
Are we-
a note of that.
Yeah, you can notate on the outside where it says see calculation.
Far right there. Oh, put it-
Okay.
Can you write it down?
Any anticipate, are we good on ads? On the vote slip income, do we anticipate any decrease?
There are 10 slips. We increased the cost to $350. I don't know what we would come up with other than.
How did we, if Lauren runs 10 slips, we only get paid for 7, did he lease all 10?
I'm going to assume so. I don't know.
So
That would be
3
something.
people sniffed us?
Yeah, that would have to be the assumption that I would make. Because we don't control the access or egress to the slips. We just, the slips are there. And we're reimbursed from the marina for that number, so.
Well, I think we should ask him about it.
Steve, you have a comment on that?
$1,000
Yeah,
bucks.
working with the store, Lance and Mindy, their son Silas actually handles the
Right.
slips for outside owners. They're telling me that they only have like 5
We only have 5?
outside owners.
Oh, I got 7 there.
Anymore.
No, our bylaws have always stated that we had 10.
But some
I'm just
people
saying,
have,
yeah, that was, it was quite a hassle getting these people. in. So, we kind of, as a gatekeeper, I made it as easy as possible, so we had less complaints. But they repeatedly said we have 6 to 5 max. And so my question was, why do we even have 65 people? We have 30 plus that want slips.
that goes back to day 1.
That goes.
Yeah, that's.
But anyway, this is only 5 or 6.
Well, it's 7 there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's.
I mean, that, and he's authorized 10. And if there was only 7 that they leased, I'm fine with it. But if there's 10 and 3 people stiffed us, I don't want them back.
No.
And I
And
want the
we
money.
don't, we really don't, that's, I can't go. The reason we have SIPs is really confusing. Why they're given to people other than landowners was really even more confusing. But that's the way the marina was set up, and so that's a still issue, so we go with that. But we need, I don't know what,
Yeah, I don't.
you're getting these slips and I don't know, I don't have a boat, so I don't know how much you pay for a slip if you just go down there. What do
It
you?
depends.
That'd be $750.
That's what we pay, $750.
Yeah, it's
$750.
Yeah, it's based off the length.
Based on the length,
Season?
based on the length of the boat.
Yeah.
Pay like 800 or something. I've been
Mine's
22.
900, yeah.
900.
Well, those of you with yachts, obviously, you can afford that.
Hell,
22 feet.
22-foot pontoon boat isn't very big, trust me.
They're
By the time you
paying
put
that.
3
Okay.
dogs
They're
on
paying
5
that
people.
separately. What this is about is what we charge them to come in and out of our gate.
Yeah.
Doesn't have anything to do
And
with the
that,
hospital.
just to clarify, the marina doesn't collect that for us and then give it
Correct.
to us. We have to collect it from the
Right.
person.
Yeah.
And we have no idea about last year whether they paid or didn't pay.
Wow, okay.
But that should change this
Yeah,
year,
that should change. We have-
Yes.
since we
So,
got control of the
hopefully we're
game.
gonna know
Yeah, you ain't getting
Okay,
it.
we have it up here at 7, at 350. You're confident as the gatekeeper, you've got it under control, that they'll know what to do.
Actually, I will definitely monitor it, but I have no idea what the money's gonna be.
No,
Yeah,
well, it's set.
it's
It's
fixed.
established by bylaw at 350.
So keep that at 3,500 for 2025 then.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Desert course, we don't charge dues or anything for that, so no income there. Fines and fees. We budgeted 2,500, we're currently at 1,485. So is that Karen's ballpark, right, as far as estimating?
Rules and regs are the ones who issue the fines.
Yeah, Karen, do you anticipate that going up above 2,500 for 2025?
No,
Where did 1485, 1685, those numbers come from?
Yeah, I think we're overestimating. We want it to be 0.
Preferably.
Yeah.
Really would be nice.
Yeah.
So are we keeping it?
Well, it looks like we overestimated for 2024.
So 1,500 would probably.
Yeah,
be a good-
split the difference or something.
But didn't we raise the price of the fines, so that'll affect?
We did, but we won't really be able to raise that. This is a number you're just throwing out.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm just saying, if we have the same amount of fines as we did last year, the actual amount. will be
If it turns out to be a moneymaker for us, we might.
I want to set a speed trap up on Lakeview.
Yeah.
We find you for having fun.
Okay, so income decals is a newer category, I guess, right? We budgeted 1,000 and we collected 2,156.
That used to be for the decals that are on the
It's the
windshield.
windows.
Oh, right. And then, so
Was that up to date, actually, that you're talking about the tax, windshield tax?
No,
No, this is a
Blue stickers.
landowner, blue stickers.
You sold 2,000 dollars.
I have a feeling that maybe Julie is associating.
Yeah.
There's no
That
way
would
we sold that.
Yeah, we didn't.
So I-
There's no
Early.
way we sold that many blue stickers.
So, Steve, would this be an option to combine these things under one heading for the gate?
Just gate access.
Well, we really need to get some more exact numbers on this, because like I said last meeting, we have purchased $8,000 our cost in just cars. We spent $8,000 per car.
I wouldn't separate those because key cards, we still have to pay Elite Electrical for with that stuff.
Okay.
And they cost to, once they're entered, they cost money. So
But that's two different things, what you guys are looking at.
Yeah, this
The
is
42,300 is the TRLA stickers that aren't permanent, that don't give you access to anything except, hey, you're a TRLA member, wave at each other when you go through the canyon.
Right.
The key cards, come on, you know that's what you use.
There's value in it.
There's value in that. The gate access income key cards, that 42,400 is what every gate access thing goes into on this spreadsheet. The office has a separate combined that they can tell Steve at any time what is coming in under RFID, key cards, blah, blah, but it's not broke out here. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands on this one, key cards mean, gate access income key cards is meaning the RFID tags, the key cards, anything that
That's why I'm
comes under
saying
gate
to
access.
keep them separate, because we're buying decals on our own to issue out per what our rule book says. Key cards specifically, there's a cost to Elite and to Proptia, so you don't want to combine those. Like, we understand they're different in the world, but like, money reasons, yeah, you want to keep those separate.
yeah, and get that number straight.
Okay, so what is then that's saying there is that we've taken in $6,700 or $6,800. They're anticipating another 2,000 before the end of the year, making a total of
$2,000. Won't happen.
$8,800.
I don't think we sold $5 a piece. That'd be 430 decals this year. I highly doubt that.
These are actual numbers, correct?
Yeah.
Well, then Julie's found.
I'm not saying the money's not there. I'm just saying the line item for where the money should go is probably way
I
wrong.
think what happened is she probably is associated like windshield.
Mhm.
Yeah,
tags.
yeah.
To go
Right,
into
yeah.
Yep, yep.
decals.
Yeah.
So I will.
Well,
absolutely-
should we put a note that maybe we need to add another item for segregation of key cards and
Yeah.
RFID tags? Because those are two different costs. They both what we charge and pay to the system.
Michelle, on the, when you're entering it into the thing that has your money in it,
Mhm.
isn't there a separate line item for those?
Correct, yes.
In the office, there is, yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we're keeping,
Rob, just to, not to take time, but just to say, so there's been over 200 windshield or headlight tags. Sold. So 200 times 30.
About $6,000.
Okay, now.
They have the 6,000 up there.
That's
worth
just-
every
that's
penny
what-
of it.
That's just entry tax. Now you have over 400, where were we at, 600, I don't know where you get 6 yet, but cards. That's a cost, so we have no idea how many people paid.
They didn't have to, right? It was optional to pay, right?
We do have the.
Doesn't seem
card
like it is now.
Through the cash, so, we're gonna get very
That.
few
She
cards.
just said $50, and I said, here you go.
Fixed.
And we're gonna do an advertising blast for windshield and headlights. So that's what I meant, as far as future income, it's not gonna happen until next year.
Right.
Wouldn't be, so.
Well, and cards for like next year is probably gonna dip quite a bit because most people already got theirs,
Yes.
right? So,
Yeah.
but the RFID,
And
yeah.
you don't
who
have
knows?
to pay.
yeah.
So.
Should we just
Donations only.
plug in like 0 for cards for income?
Yeah, even
I
though
mean,
we're in the hole,
Yeah,
yeah, I know, we're in the hole with cards.
it's kind of similar to digital advertising, like we know we're gonna get something.
Well, yeah, like someone said in the back though, it's not a required
to-
cost
Yeah.
to pay for it. So 0 would be logical, and then the donation coming in would be your
Same with
plus.
this one, or do we budget this?
This one, I think we can budget, we know that that's actually 2 things combined. One is the blue decal stickers, and then the other is actual gate access stickers, which are gonna carry a higher revenue, so that's gonna have to break out into 2.
Yeah, that 8. Money's off, I'll just leave it at that, that needs to be rechecked.
So do we put 1,000 here still?
We should be able to theoretically easily check how many people have picked their cards up. I mean, that shouldn't be that hard, right? And anything that hasn't happened from now, we have the assumptive close going on at the office, which is great, because I think that's what they should continue to do. And we could probably dial that in pretty tight, because everybody's gonna get theirs.
Steve, do you know how many decals we've sold?
Well, you're talking RFIDs, not
Yes,
the data.
RFID. Roughly.
Get on.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, I'm for sure.
I took a second.
And I guess, Steve, if you have a feeling for how many RFID tags in 2025 feel we could sell revenue?
I think people are gonna realize that, they want that access, that easy access. So, you know, once that word gets spread around, and people are starting over and coming in.
That's a
I
beautiful
think we'll
thing.
probably go through the inventory we have, which is about, just under 200.
Okay.
So 850 would be easy. And, we'll probably order another 200. And I expect to go through that, maybe 300.
What's the selling price on the 150, 30?
30
So
bucks.
let's plug in 4,500 then on the G.
Now that's like total income, that doesn't even got cost.
This is just income we're plugging in.
Yeah, we'll take the.
And we're gonna split,
Don't worry, Ryan, we're good.
we're gonna split apart decals
Yeah,
and
so the
part.
person buys or sells the car, will you charge them again?
Yep.
Yes, yes, so maybe there's gonna be cars turnover at it.
Broken windshield.
Your headlight getting broken or going out.
Tag's the cheap part.
I can't.
Okay,
It just keeps on giving, man.
holiday activity income.
What is that?
We have a budget shortage.
Well, that kind of broke out of volunteer fundraising, so I don't know why that would ever have come up there, because we don't do
We don't
anything.
do anything for holiday.
Zero.
Through this fund, that sounded bad. We don't do anything for holidays.
But
You do.
But it's all,
But the thing that's really disturbing is that Julie has picked up $2,600 that she's applied to this account.
So could that have came from,
I know, but how do you?
oh, I know there's a little PTSD whenever I say the words, but could this have come from Labor Day funds that the donations that were given?
yeah, because it was 25.
Could that have gone, is that what that could be?
That could very well be, because all that money is supposed to come in through the volunteer fundraising.
Right.
And if.
But remember, it didn't.
Yeah, if it just made a right turn before it got there, so that would be total. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything, we'll need to look into that. That could be one of the deposits we're missing.
Exactly.
So we'll go ahead and plug in the zeros are G13.
Yeah, we don't have.
Because going forward, remember I said we're gonna self-fund, so there won't be any budget for you guys.
Okay, mailbox income.
Go to the top here.
I don't know where we stand in the mailbox, whether we need to get more or not. Randy kept a pretty good close tab on that. I have.
Do you want me to get with John, the mail? I'm
Yeah,
working
see-
tomorrow and
see
I
where
work.
we're at.
Okay.
See where we're at with that. We're not in, at this point, we're not in. So the mailbox rental would be the same as what it is.
So.
So you know when
1,300. Oh, 1,500.
When a property sells, the new person, at least
Right.
when it's done through agency, they have to go and buy, they have to pay, even though the mailbox stays with the address. It doesn't go bye-bye and
Right.
reassigned, but they do have to pay in to switch that over. Now, I don't know if they're paying you guys too, but I know they pay the
No, they
post
pay,
office.
they only pay the post office. We
Okay.
just have box rental, so.
Okay.
So I think plug in
It would be
1,600.
that.
There's how many.
G14, we'll just assume it stays where it's estimating to.
Yeah. That would be fine.
Memorial plaque income.
Yeah, that's, there isn't, you gotta die, we usually provide those, it's usually those. I don't, why would we have ever had any income?
No, that doesn't go, and the volunteer committee fund, once in a great while, the person was active and.
Yeah.
We'll do a plaque, but otherwise the people have to pay.
Right, they normally provide their own class. That would be zero. Okay, merchant fee income, this is something that goes back and I'm the one that ends up with it, is that we had the credit card machine. There was in the beginning an idea that we could charge somebody like we do now. In most places, most of your credit card fees are between 3.5 and 4.5 from your provider. You'll see the little deal in stores, even in the courthouse, any place where they're charged a service fee. That service fee is to cover that cost. Before, we would, as a merchant, we would just absorb that cost, and it has become too great. There isn't any income to be made. That merchant fee income would only be apparent if we had to, say, charge somebody $35 for running a credit card and it costs us 10. Then we would have it. We can legally do that in the state of Oregon, but I don't know that that's something we ever want to do. That came up because there was an income showing, but it really is a misleading. If it actually was deducted as soon as your bank statement came in at the end of the month, they took their money back. So I would say there is no income for merchant fees. It would just be a zero.
So can I ask, go ahead, maybe
I
you're
was
gonna
gonna
say.
say, with our Stripe system, you could put that fee to 100% if you want, it's slidable.
Yeah,
I do know that Stripe charges 3.5 plus 30 cents per transaction.
and that has to be calculated in now. So either we're going to do a cover cost or we're going to make it an income producing action.
Currently, the trash is, we are paying the fee, so we're eating it, and then everything else has the fee associated to the buyer, to the purchasee.
Well, except the donation, the key card
Except the-
donation.
Yeah, if
So the
someone were
only
to-
thing that has the fee associated is the RFID tag.
Currently, correct. So, yeah, like if we were to go to paying for our dues through Stripe, we would definitely want to do, Stripe is going to take 3.5 plus 30%, I'm sorry, 30 cents. So over the course of 704, that we would not want to eat that one. But the trash, like putting it in perspective, is to say like, it's 5 to go pay for cash. It's 5 for the convenience without having a number all over the place. So we just kept it at 5. But the RFID tags, being that that's an option, that was added to it. So yeah, you're right. So now we do have.
So now you would have an income that you would have to look at, which is a variable and is driven by sales as opposed to any other action. So you have to anticipate sales in order to determine that number, which is almost impossible.
Right.
Well, luckily our track, yeah, so you could do it if we, this is future, dues would be accountable. You'd be able to do the math on that. Trash, we are eating, and then it'd be RFID tags would be, the current method of payment, there's nothing else that we have, right? So RFID tags would, now that we're gonna get into year 2 of it, the majority, you're gonna be looking at a small handful every year to do that income number off of. So it's not gonna be like we're selling, now granted, we could look at selling shirts in the future and like maybe some other stuff in the office, and we'd have to keep this in consideration. But yeah, we don't have an exorbitant number of transactions that would see
Yeah,
this.
so what we're looking though for in this particular number, rather than saying 0 or something here, we have to have something to expense that out against. When we get our merchant fees, that becomes an expense. So that's a tax deductible item. So we need to be able to offset an income with that expense. And those two numbers, if we were to do it somewhat closely, they would be the same number.
Yeah.
But we want it always to be somewhat positive. So I don't know how many transactions you figure we're going to have. But if, like you say, if we do dues, you know, half the people pay by credit card.
It'd be $9,800.
Yeah.
But would the labor savings be worth it? I mean, in the aggravation, I mean,
Plus, we have the option to actually start to not just do like dues via like credit card, but also dues
ACH.
monthly
Yeah,
or
ACH.
quarterly or annual, that sort of
Oh, you
thing.
do it
We'd have to
And
decide.
that fee is gonna be added to the credit card when we do it, because
Right.
we cannot take dues by credit card and not charge the fee for handling, because according to bylaws, you have to pay the full dues.
it's
You can't-
$14.
we can't discount.
$14.
The only discount, we do have ACH option through Stripe. I think it's 2%, 1.5. It's a smaller number, but there's unfortunately still a fee. And yes, you're gonna have a percentage of people who are going, I'm not paying that. Okay. I mean, unless we force everyone to pay through the website, there's no way around that number of people. They're gonna complain about it regardless. But yeah,
The cash is our biggest hassle right now, and anything we can do to mitigate taking dollar bills in through the office is a good thing.
I agree.
And if we, I mean, I really think we should just go cash, just as you have an option, you can go ACH, you can tell your bank to send us a check or something, if whatever, I don't know how that works. My wife used to do it, or credit card, and it's time to suck it up. We're gonna make, we don't have all the manpower to do all these things, and if we can get our business done electronically or our finances done electronically, it's a lot easier to deal with. And we're not sitting there going, who's
Yeah.
what and whatever.
Used to those fees now too?
I'm not, but I still pay them.
Yeah. It doesn't make us happy.
I don't like
There's a
it.
difference between comfortable and
Yeah.
used to, right?
I don't like having to give my ID to buy a 6-pack of beer at Safeway either.
Yeah.
But, you know, you just, they're not going away.
Nope.
They're not going away. So
Do you have a number that you think would be a reasonable starting point to put into that?
Well, since we're not collecting dues yet, and the majority of your tags are kind of issued, you want to stay with kind of a couple $100.
Okay.
It's just pure speculation because this is a transitional period for us, you know, we're putting a number there and we're hoping to be above it, but.
Yep.
I really don't, you know, I don't have any better advice than that.
Chose to shift like payment option for assessments to quarterly, monthly, whatever, via credit card. Is that a board decision? Does that go to vote? Do you know?
It could be a board decision. It would be whether you wanted to take on the repercussions that would come from doing that. But
Because instead of getting a lump sum.
yeah, last year we were
Yeah.
working the plant, well, what I was hoping for was to, if we were going to have to raise it, to change it to a monthly fee, because at a monthly fee, it was like 80 some dollars. It was more handleable for everybody. But that created a problem with the logistics of getting the fee paid. So you do a credit card, well, not everybody wants to do that. So you put an ACH, well, you do an automatic deduction out of your account. There isn't any charge for that. We get the money and pay it out, but some people don't like to do that either. Now you're down to monthly, or if you turn around, the option came up, well, then if somebody pays it here, do you give them a discount? Well, no, you can't, because that number is set in the bylaws, it has to be paid, so you have to net that amount of money. So that's gonna be a question.
You could give a discount, and the only way to do it with our current system is increase the fee by like a 0.5%.
Sure.
And then anybody who, you know, paid in a lump, the fee would be, you know.
Yeah, but
The management nightmare of that.
Yeah.
Like the student
Describe
loan
that.
forgiveness. I mean, it's not fair to the people that are willing to pay that they're carrying the load for the other folks.
Yep. Yeah.
I'd say we just do it. You know, it's just like anything. The heat will come for a month or two and then, you know, we're gonna have people out here
We got
with
to come up with
pitchforks,
something.
pitchforks.
This meeting is over, we gotta
Joe.
come up with a plan, so we'll just keep going here.
Okay, PGE easement? Who watches that on?
Actually, would mostly come under shoreline management, so it would be the 360.
Okay,
That's just an easement fee that's paid.
so that's it for the income line items, and we'll go to expenses. So boat ramps, we budgeted 1,000, but actual was 6,500. That was funded by volunteer fund committee. Do we anticipate any?
Okay, yeah, back up on that. Okay. Again, that goes back to why I went to the Parks Department, is that particular fee is shown as coming out of
Our general budget.
a general budget, and that's not right. It's
That's
coming
correct.
out, that has to be something that's shown in volunteer fundraising, because we're being misled on what our financial activities are.
Yep.
We can't do that. We cannot keep continuing to do that. She knows what these funds are, and it's pretty clear. This shouldn't be a problem for us to do that. So I would say the boat ramp and docks, that's going to be an issue. That's a volunteer fundraiser.
Yep.
They need to have something for, they can budget what they think might come in for docks. If they need more money to do some sort of improvement, then we can take that out of a general fund as far as us just having to do it. Now, unless you want us to set aside $1,000 to put into docks. And I think, we talked about the dog bones.
Yep, and that'll be
signs.
every year. That'll
Yeah.
be every single year. If it came down to having to do a huge replacement, then that would fall on the shoulders of the whole.
Yeah, everybody.
But the upkeep, we've been doing it for years and years and years, and without Kyle here to say yes, but I would say that'll come under the.
We would just do the $1,000 and then that would cover the incidents. That would be that.
Right.
Our boundaries, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Zero.
Yeah, we have everything.
Boundaries look good. No improvements. Okay, brush cutting and spraying. That
No.
You got, no?
No, that's not Bob, that's Firewise,
Oh,
and
sorry.
that's where,
Shannon.
Shannon sent me an email, and she would like her budget raised to $20,000. And of course, we all would like certain, but the one thing that we miss here is Penny did a absolutely monster job of getting grants and making sure that somebody else paid for it, and doing things like monitoring and getting information from landowners who clean brush off their properties, and we got credit for that. There's a lot of things. I know Shannon has stuff that they want to do. They've laid it out, and it's all good stuff that has to be done. Under our current budget, and the limitations that we have, it's going to, 20,000 is not going to pencil in for us, but that's it. That's an open item. Do we want to go again with 9,000, or do we want to change that? It's hard with her not here to be able to give us detailed information, but
Yeah, I mean, we budgeted 9,000, but only spent 6,200. And that's because Penny was doing the grants and stuff. So.
and there were other things, John's been able to do that, LCF&R. Well, John, you could give them some insight on the fire department and what they did for us. So.
Yeah, it's really time that somebody from this board needs to attend their board and kind of bridge things coming and going. Jim, for whatever his last name is.
For Cure.
Has attended ours a couple of times here. I was at their meeting yesterday, and they actually had the grant people say, okay, we gave you this $9,000 to do Rifle Range Road and some other project. We have another $10,000 here. Do you want it? And they got it. And they were talking about looking at Dynamite Lane, D Lane, some other areas within the property here. But it'd be kind of nice to have our board talk with their board about how we see the use of some of these funds. And granted, it's not all within Three Rivers, it is areas in their entire Lake Chinook Fire District. But anyway, I think there's some good work that could be done there, because they really seem to pull these grants in, and I know Penny, it was kind of an abrasive relationship with Don, but I sense and see things changing a bit over there, so.
Yes, I agree. I think that Jim is making some great inroads for us and we want to be much more doing. If you, since you've attended one, if you think it's necessary, I'll make arrangements to be at the next one and then we'll see how it goes and if we can get some board representative that's gonna be there and be the liaison between the two, because,
I
yeah.
agree, they did have an executive session after the meeting yesterday to review the 3 applicants for their open board position.
Good.
And all 3 of those people were landowners and creators.
Yay, that's awesome.
Now, I will tell you, as an aside, Jim made sure that they were only those. I mean, we worked hard to come up with, I asked 9 people to fill the position and 3 of them actually committed. So that was good.
Yeah, very good.
Looking at brush cutting and spraying, where is it? Yeah, it's spelled brush curting in here. On the P&L that compares to prior years. So in 2023, we spent 6,041 and then this year is 6,208. So we do like 7,000 or?
Better do 6.
She asked for 20 and better.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Desert golf course, this is kind of similar because I think.
Yeah, there was no money that came out of the board's
Right.
finances.
That's
That's
just
all volunteer fundraising.
Yeah, the same note is on the boat ramp stuff. It's all volunteer.
So do you want to put anything there in
No.
case?
Nope.
Zero.
Oh my God. Okay, we put in for 2,000 and Steve, you managed to spend 40.
Thanks.
What the heck?
I know there was a couple extra things we needed.
Yeah. How's that new car running?
I love it. All right, to get down to nitty gritty, belts will be annual. We spent $500 out of that 2,000 estimate in the beginning. We'll replace those belts for our stock when we replace them here. We'll be buying batteries. I'll get real quick. That $2,000 is plenty for just gate maintenance.
Right.
I think we can keep it there. Extras, I have no idea where this 30,000 whatever came from, but cameras, is that an office expense or is that a gate expense?
This is probably where it's gonna get tricky, because gate maintenance didn't incorporate a software switch, and now we have a recurring fee for the gate, which we never have because that's why it died. And then as he questioned, we've already verbally agreed to increasing the capacity of the system by adding camera for the license plate reader. I don't know the number off the top of my head. It's a module, just like everything else we've talked about. So that 39.4 is, just to put in perspective, is switching the software and the hardware, installation, probably we get 6 months. What month did we start? Let's just say 6 months. That's 6 months of the monthly fee. There's probably all the cards that we had to order on top of that, maybe built into that. I'm not sure. I haven't seen a spread on how it came up to 39, but we will not need 39 next year. But the point I'm trying to make is maintenance may want to be by itself, and then maybe, yeah, where does the recurring fee get pulled from?
What does the reoccurring fee operate the gate?
You're paying for PropTIA. So PropTIA is what makes everything function. That gives you landowner access, the admin access, making everything get put into the system, from top to bottom. What's that?
The gas pass.
Yeah, all of that. That we're stuck with that forever. I don't know that exact. I don't know that exact number off the top of my head. What I'm saying is that will constantly year to
But
year.
is it primarily an office issue? Is it a security issue? Not really, I would think, or does it fall under gate off?
Yeah, see, I guess that's the question that we should answer, is because we've never had a recurring fee on a gate system, which now we do.
Need to be broken down as that, because you just mentioned security, that would be where the cameras.
Yes.
Obviously, and,
So the cameras tie into the system as a whole.
By itself personally.
But the system as a whole is primarily here to get people through the gate.
Yes.
Then it should primarily stand with the gate, I would think.
But are you gonna keep it, you're talking about keeping it as 52,700 and leaving it as gate maintenance? Cause I mean,
No, we'd have to rename it,
Gate, yeah.
Gate and gate access.
Yeah, instead of just maintenance.
Let's come up with something that's more definitive of what it actually is, but if we start spreading it out too far, then it'll be just like some of these other things. Where it's lost.
Exactly.
And we screw it up.
Steve, do you happen to know what Proptia is costing us per year?
No, I do not, because I'm buying so many cards and additions, I haven't got a.
Yeah, the cards are segregated. We actually have a spot for that, so you can keep cards out of it. This is just for Proptia software and maintenance, if we go the route he's saying. So take your 2,000 plus the yearly cost of Proptia.
Or months along with credentials purchases. By the monthly fees.
I think I would credential would go under.
It would go
cards.
under the cards.
Yeah,
because that's a one-time purchase. This would be more of an ongoing fee that you're going to pay, so it would be.
It's like a subscription.
Yeah, isn't that what you get with Proptia as a subscription?
It's a subscription, yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
That's the recurring fee. We pay it monthly, but we're doing the year budget, so I don't know if it's like 700 a month. I really don't know the number.
Originally, we were doing 900, but,
I-
a month. That was the original quote. We took some things out and added things back in, and if we add the cameras, that's a $125 module. Plus the camera.
Okay, but that's a module that you're buying. Once you buy the module, is there a maintenance fee or is there's a subscription to that? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say, for starting, we may be short, we may have a bit at least. Okay, 1,000 for sure, if you wanna go 1,200 a month.
It's not 1,200 a month. That seems way high.
It was like 600.
I want to say it was like I want to say it was 750 a month with the camera that we took out. But I would have to dig. So if we added the camera and we actually go
Was
with
that was 900 originally, Nat? Was that the original? Cause it was 900 and some, $900.
yeah, I for some reason feel like 750, but like I said, I'm not looking at. I mean, that was several months ago.
So if we make that say 9,000 instead of 2,000 or 10,000 instead of 2.
Yeah.
10 would probably be a little closer.
Yep, realistically.
We-
Have the cameras yet.
I approved an invoice in November from Proptia for 636.
636. Okay, 750 sounds probably right if we add the camera. It might be on the high side, but it's in our favor. I mean,
Yeah, it'd be better. So, and if we have the 2,000 for maintenance, that would put us right at the 10 mark.
So that is 750 times 12.
plus 2.
Plus 2.
11,000.
Any mailbox expenses? No?
That was my question. We'll have to
I
ask
know,
the mailman. We haven't had to add any, we're pretty much.
I'll let you know when I get it.
How many are available?
That's what I need to find out from John.
Because that would be a cool thing to put in a newsletter and just say, hey,
That's good, yeah.
you know, we've only got 4 of these left or whatever, and let's fill them and then,
Yeah.
Then the other
you know,
question
then you're on a waiting list or
is,
something.
is this expense something that, I know we're not charging for the boxes right now that are in the office that are quote, mailboxes, but is that, I mean, we did buy them originally. Is that something that we need to think about expensing out if we buy more?
I would say that would be an incidental expense because there's no operation to it, there's no maintenance to it. They have the key, we've provided it for them as a convenience in order to fall within our standard. Good question, but I think we're okay.
We spent $375 on mailbox expense in 2023. I feel like that was when they were installed, maybe.
Yeah, we did, we bought
When we moved
mailboxes and then we had to
We had to
go.
move
When they
them.
were moved from the
We had to
road.
pour the
where they
pad,
Yeah.
we changed the configuration.
And we did bring this up a couple months ago about expanding. I went to the post office and she said, you have room for 2,000 more boxes if you want. Like, they limit the number that they will install, but she said, it has to have the stamp, if you buy it, the box, the actual thing sitting out there.
We have to pour the pad.
We pour the pad, we buy the box and probably install it, and then they issue out the keys or something, I'm not sure, but she said that, yeah, you're allowed a lot more. And the reason I went down there wasn't for just like an individual's mailbox, but for parcel lockers. You can buy just parcel lockers, because that was the topic of discussion a couple weeks ago.
And they put like the key to the parcel locker in your.
Yes,
mailbox.
because we're kind of limited on those size wise as well, because you can buy, if they're just parcel lockers, there's different variances of it, like just 2 big doors or 4 smaller doors, break it down however you want, but those are options.
Black expense, we spent 800 in 2023, 960 this year. So 1,000, 2025, is that fine?
I don't know what that expense.
Well, again,
Yeah, what is-
again, what was the expense? We didn't, unless Randy had some, did he have
Maybe
some
to-
blacks?
I don't think so. Maybe it's for the Heisings. Maybe that was, or maybe that was the year before. But you could ask Peterson, because she's in charge of
Debbie?
Diana.
Oh, Diana.
Diana
Check
Peterson.
with
I can give you
her. I
her
think
number.
we'll zero that for,
Is that a Parks and Rec item?
it would end up being
I know, yeah.
that sort of a thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it would fall under the volunteer fundraising.
All right, office maintenance was 22, this is what was actually spent in 2023, 2256, so far this year, 1433. Dave, I guess that's you, do you want that set to something different for 2025?
I don't think we can change that.
Just keep it at 2,000?
Yep.
What is this building coming play on? Is that office or is this separate?
No, this is separate. This is the annex.
Different, okay,
Yeah.
so it's not in that category.
Okay, so next one is outhouse maintenance.
That was a question you had last meeting about whether to go to porta potties, which I believe is why it is as it is. Because that's the rental of the porta potties. And under the current conditions, we really only have that option.
Right.
We can't open up the others.
So that means increase, because, I mean, I think that's a pretty common standard number, right? They're gonna have an increase or.
Sure, absolutely they are.
But then, with this, the advantage that we have is controlling how many we have during the year. I mean, they come in at the end of the busy season and take out what? All the
We take them
green.
all out except for the one by the marina.
No, and the one
And
down
with
at
the
the
office.
events.
And then,
Very-
And then there's,
Yep.
and then
Didn't
yours
we say
here.
last meeting that there was a concern that they weren't gonna come back because of the damage that was gonna do
Yeah.
porta potties down at the beach?
They're, at this point in time, yes, we would have to contact them again to see what's going on.
Okay.
They will come back.
There's like 3.
Huh?
I've worked with them, they will come back.
Oh, okay.
They want us to make sure there's no dang rocks in it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's,
So do we need to increase though, like to 11.5 or something like that?
Probably.
I would go to the
12.
11,000
I'd
so
go
that
12.
we're within the range.
Too.
I think 12 is gonna be more realistic.
Okay.
Plus, if one of them gets destroyed, I mean, we should just pay for it,
Pay for it.
so we don't lose them.
Right.
you know, it's their equipment at risk.
All right, our single most expensive item on this rifle range.
It is the jewel of Three Rivers.
So we spent in 2023, 9,722, and this year 9,775.
Wow.
Yeah, but
Gotta
literally,
dial
he
in.
can spend to the dime.
He does.
Yes, that's the objective, right?
I need a bag of fertilizer, that's $10.99 at Costco, I got it. So there you go.
Appreciate that.
I mean, 15.
So do you, what do you have?
If we could, I know you guys have a hard task in front of you, but if we could start and just hold that number, that'd be great. I would like to do significant concrete work and improve the steps going down, some safety issues, and do some work under the rifle range area. So the more I get, the more concrete I get to pour. I mean, if you guys said, I'll give you $50,000, I can tell you tomorrow what I would spend it on. So just whatever you can do will allow us to do more.
Some demonstration 50 cals, yeah.
Well, just put 10 in there and see where we end up.
And that's what, over 500 hours during time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and nobody's out and,
Yeah, exactly.
Did we keep makes this place work?
yeah, it's the jewel of the.
Here's where you got a problem, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see, where did 17 and where was it spent?
Well, okay, we don't know. Let's just say that
It doesn't even say,
That's the budget.
That's the.
but it says, yeah, the very,
Actual.
you're 16 in the positive, so
Yeah.
we spent 1,100 bucks.
Yeah.
According to.
you have $1,600 left, or $15,000 left to spend. But my question is, God, look at the wheels, and you can see the wheels under his hat.
No, you don't get a new plow.
I'm building new roads.
Okay, we don't have a roads fund anymore. You got
Road. Yeah, I still got.
169, so you got $170,000 in there, but I think there's money in transit there that's gonna come out of that.
Has to, I mean, we've bought the fuel, we've got a few other
Yeah.
things been bought.
Yeah, so we've got that, we've got this. This number is road maintenance. Okay, now, this doesn't include snow removal, this doesn't include signage, doesn't include any of that. It's just road maintenance, and we put in the 17 and yeah, so I don't know what you would think. The 170 that we have goes to what we had planned to do for roads.
That was 96,000 something.
Right, and that's gonna come out when they come in and do the roads. So
Right.
all the patchwork will be done. So there'll be a little bit left over from that, but that will be still roads. This is gonna be a number that's gonna have to come out of the budget for just road maintenance.
How do we define that? Potholes?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that?
Well,
Is it
no,
filling potholes or-
okay, now that's a good point, because what he did now that we didn't have the ability to do before is he's got a crew that patches the potholes. We got the hot patch or the cold patch, we got the cold patch donated, but they physically went out with shovels, picks, cleaned the holes, compacted it and put it in. That happens. So that would go to that sort of thing. He also, we talked about the chips, or not chip seal, the crack seal, which we're doing that on our own and not contracting that out. So
Is
that would. fall.
is that coming out of the?
That comes out of
68?
Yeah, it comes out of 60 now.
So really all we're talking about, because we have a volunteer crew,
Correct,
is materials,
correct.
right?
Well,
Is
the
that-
striping. I think
And
is done
yeah,
by
we need a
the-
stripe too.
Yeah, well, that's,
Yeah.
that would have to, but it's like,
That
that
would
there's
fall-
striping that's coming out of the other fund. This would be again, maintenance. So if stripes need to be added or
Right.
brightened or whatever, then that would be
So
maintenance.
it's like, how much cold patch do we need an average year?
There you go. And we've never had it before because we've never had anybody that's willing to take on that task.
Well, we're lucky, our whole road committee is full-time residents.
Yeah,
And all of us are over 70, so we got out there and got her done.
Yeah. So, the reason that I look at this is that we're at, are we at 17? Are we at
I don't think we
20?
need 17, I would say 15, and I don't think we'll use a lot of it, because like road striping, I've called them, they're so busy they can't get out here this year. We put one down the center of Lakeview, but other than that, I really don't see it, you know. I'm hoping in March that we get another road assessment, so then we'd have 200 and something thousand dollars to actually chip seal a road instead of just patching it.
And that's true. That's something that we have to look at, but that will be an annual meeting
Right.
issue. So we can't, this is only spending money we know we got. So, I would, you know, if you think 15, we can go with the 15.
I'd do that.
Okay.
So help me understand that, because if we only, I know we got, I don't know how much coal patch is. Right? But
$90 a ton,
how much?
$190 a ton.
Okay,
Which
so
is roughly, it's just under
yeah,
2
so
yards.
the pile that was donated, how many tons do you think that is?
He brought up 10 yards,
10
a
yards.
full dump truck
Right,
load from Portland.
yeah.
Yeah, so that would.
I'm just thinking we're hitting
about 3,000, about $3,800.
Right, so why couldn't we, because we've only spent 1,000 this year and we haven't used all the coal patch that was donated, it was very.
Yeah,
nice
it's
that it was
gone now.
donated.
Well,
No, I drove every road yesterday, there's a pile still up.
Oh, is it?
we got some left.
Yeah, it's about a third of it, maybe a half. Why can't we drop that down to $5,000?
Well, because
I
I
mean,
think the striping, another thing,
The
Mike,
striping was coming out of the other budget,
why would it do that?
because that was the road.
That's part of
assessment.
the finishing of the roads. That was
So it's not this
Pat-
budget.
the road repair, new road, they were factored into the lift they put on Lakeview. That was supposed to be striped. There was supposed to be a paint line from Graham Road to the marina.
And they're also, all the patches are supposed to have been sealed.
Yeah, and all those things. That didn't happen.
Right.
Because we
Can we
didn't
bill them for that, do it, and bill them?
Yeah, ain't gonna work.
Yeah, they're not
I
good.
didn't think so.
So,
The
yeah,
truck maintenance doesn't come out of there either.
say again?
Tire chains for the trucks, that doesn't come out of
That's
that.
snow, he said.
That's
That, well, now that's gonna be the question as to whether we
Common area, yeah.
could include the snow removal and the snow trucks and regular road maintenance.
Sounds like a good spot.
It's currently
Yeah.
under common area expenses, snow removal maintenance, yeah.
So if we combine those two budgets, then the chains and that stuff will come out of that, so we can move that over to road maintenance. But right now, we're only talking about this. Current suggestion on the floor is to make that 5,000. Bob was at 15. We meet in the middle at 10, 8, somewhere in there.
So 10 on,
Bob, this is just a budget, so.
Oh, I understand, but
We're not gonna cut you out.
can't
see what
put
Steve
the-
did with our budget.
What are you putting in road maintenance? What are you spending the 10 on or the 5 on?
Well, if we have a flood or something and it washes.
Okay,
out cars,
okay, this would be, that's, if we have some road
Gravel?
damage, gravel, an apron repair, a pothole that we can fill and put that in and just. If we get passage of a road assessment increase, and we got that, that will be major road repairs. That will be, maybe we finally get Upper Canyon chip sealed, you know, that would be included in that. This is just keeping the roads up that are inside our area. Now, if you had extra and you wanted to improve a turnaround, or if you had something and you needed a couple of loads of gravel, that's it. The issue that I have at $5,000, they're not gonna roll a truck of gravel in here for $1,000 for the truck. It's gonna be a little bit more than that.
I just got 2 loads, it was 1,000.
Really?
Yeah.
From,
It's right at 400 now.
It's
Yeah, Dave
400.
Hines chose
It was
400.
$800.
so,
But speaking of that, okay, we as road maintenance are required to maintain the gun club road. Well, the gun club road right now needs several loads of gravel put on it. Now, does that come out of my road maintenance? Does that come out of which one?
That would come out of road, if you're maintaining a road, that would end up being road maintenance. If you're improving the road, like we have to do an improvement to get to Rabine's property,
Right?
that has to come out of the road assessment.
I agree.
That's not maintenance.
Okay,
That,
so
we have
when
to
I-
build a whole new road.
So when I get gravel to put up on the gun club road, that'll come out of this road maintenance.
Yes,
What about the parking lot for the boats, trailers?
that's common, that would be road maintenance.
10.
Making sure what.
So, yeah, so we can go 10 and see where we're at. We'll do that?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go 10 and see where we're at.
Okay, we're on to road signs. Do we need any additional road signs?
We could change them all and put it up to 25.
No.
I actually have a suggestion for signs. I don't know if it comes under roads. Fire hazard signs that the fire department puts up, they're just put up a piece of paper, they blow off the next day. Volunteers could put posts up and some nice things, but there's gonna be some expense for that, if that's considered road sign.
Those are anything that's on, there are restrictions to what signage can come up on our roads. So these would be signs, and the biggest ones we had were down at the beach and the docks, and those were covered by volunteer fundraising.
No, we need a new one for the gate.
Okay. So there will be a sign issue, so you'll have that.
So we'll spend all that 1,000 probably for next year easily, but the problem was with the fire and, all of those come up and
Right.
they're still on fires or they're riding their motorcycles when they shouldn't be riding their motorcycles.
Thanks for that.
So do you need more money for signs than
I'm
that?
suggesting we need some more money for signs than that.
So we
How
think
much?
1,500?
I think so. I mean, look how much 4x4 posts cost now.
Especially ground contacts.
Okay, we'll do 15.
I can donate a budget for, I got a ton of pressure treated my house.
All right, security budgeted 17,000, we're at 15,895.
That would be Karen.
Karen, you want to stick at 17,000 or?
Yes, please.
Are we gonna have a discussion or are we still sticking to 17? Are we looking to do exactly what we did this year again for next year?
I'm not, I don't have any input on security. I don't know.
My opinion is we don't do nearly as much. This is my opinion, 107, obviously. I don't feel like we needed it.
These are the security guards that come on.
These are the,
That didn't do anything.
these are the people that wear a fancy outfit and just drive around. And we haven't, still to this day, haven't been produced any literature on what it is that they've done. I know one weekend, it was quiet. I mean, obviously the water level may have factored into that first one, but my opinion is a reduction there, but that's my opinion.
An example, last meeting, there was talk about a fine for a small little vehicle. That security people were told in person by 3 landowners where that guy was at. And they never got to him. That we either need a different security company or something else, because the volunteer group does more for protecting.
Yeah, I think the biggest value for them was helping organize the boat ramp, and I think we could do that with volunteers. You know, the difference between a volunteer and expert is an orange vest.
Yeah, I don't
You know?
really understand why we need anybody down there at the boat ramp when the cove doesn't have anybody down there at the boat ramp to coordinate them taking their boats in and out of the water.
Well, that's
So
true
why do
too.
We need to have that over here.
Well, I mean, right, so I'm saying we could do it volunteer or something, if we have one person down there or something. But
Karen, you got anything?
Karen, any input on that idea?
Nope, I don't.
So it sounds like you're suggesting maybe get rid of or downsize or do without.
I mean, considering that we do 3 weekends, and I'm not the only person who felt that it was unnecessary cost. Maybe this is a year that we see if the volunteer group can pick up 2 of the 3 weekends. I don't know our options because I'm not the one who discusses calling them out. But I just know one weekend, it was quiet. It was completely unnecessary. And like now we do have a group that is willing to put vests on and drive around. And a lot of times that's all you really need is someone with eyes. People do less when they know they're being, watched, but paying 17,000 for someone to do something that is being done for free already is, what's it worth to us? On a limited budget, that is.
I suggest you just make a small budget for supplying the volunteers with the vests and whatever things they might want.
I'd like to jump in with a few comments. I think when our volunteer people get into enforcement, they're making a huge mistake.
There's been no enforcement from paid or not paid. It's just a show of force.
And it's not really even an enforcement thing. I mean, I'll relate it to, I live on a golf course, right? And we have guest assistants. They drive around, you used to call them rangers, but now it's all nice. And they just drive around and if they see the boat ramp backed up, you don't have to go in and go, you just say, hey, can you guys, just slow down or whatever. I mean, I don't think we
I
need.
understand some of the volunteers for walking around at late night, 11 o'clock, midnight, knocking on people's doors, and you don't have window decals up, and that was Jake and his wife, and they said, man, we're not gonna do that again.
Well, we don't need vigilantes. We just need, I mean.
Who suggested them do that? I
Yeah.
heard of that.
Yeah, I mean, I know the 3-hour watch group is not about that. They're about the education, which they've done. So we cannot lose them at the front gate, which was a big thing that security was supposed to do, was sit at the front gate and scan people in. But that 3-hour watch group has done spectacular. People just give comments after comments about, and good ones, compliments about them and their presence up there. But in no meeting I've ever been in have they said, go bang at people's doors and check their tags. And so if that's unfortunate that he did that, because that puts a mark on it. And I'm sure if Stephanie Walker was sitting here right now, she would be all over that too, saying that is not the direction. This is about, it's about education. It's about telling people, advising them that, if you are down on the beach, remember to pick up after your dog, or they need to be on a leash, or, whatever, instead of you're not at 11 o'clock on your own property.
And last comment is, the last weekend, Labor Day weekend, was, the Rules and Regs Committee receives reports from the security. It was the first time we had good responses from people, enough information we were able to take action on. So I don't know if the board needs to see that information, but it was being done. There's a lot of room for improvement on security, and Karen has brought them into the rules and regs for a little more supervision. What's our plan? And I've been trying to do that for 3 years of sitting down and saying, you gotta eat this elephant one bite at a time. If July 4th weekend, we're worried about underage drivers, then that's your focus. If it's boat ramp, fine, but they need more direction on what to do and what our expectation is. A lot of improvement that can be done there. To totally eliminate them, keep them on maybe Labor Day and 4th of July, and certainly at Easter, those earlier times we probably don't. To completely eliminate them, I hope.
Yeah, John, I kind of, I agree with you on the, I do think that there is value to them on the big bingo events, the large gatherings, because they do have some experience on de-escalation. They have experience on crowd control, or they should, and that should be written in our contract. So that is a very big value to us. Them perusing the neighborhood, yeah, okay, that could be something that could be objectable.
That brings up a good point, because this ties in with volunteer fund. Bingo is a volunteer fund committee event. And I've seen security essentially just hover around that event. Well, but they should be there because there's a high amount of alcohol consumed by a lot of people.
But you could reduce,
They're not there the whole time.
but that's also,
Right, their presence does make a difference.
and that's also a good point, is instead of paying them for a 24-hour or 48-hour weekend, we could hire them for a 4-hour bingo event, pre and post. That would, I mean, I don't know all the options because Karen does all the negotiating with them. I'm not saying go down to 0 on security. I'm just saying to pay that much and we're getting 10% of what we want out of that. It's kind of like maybe do like do 1/3 of that cost and make that work and see where we are with it. But like,
what does the general fund pay for security for a volunteer fund? That's my question. So, okay.
And that should
Essentially, that's what it's
potentially be
gonna
a cost.
do. Yeah. I will bring up July 4th is on a Friday this year. So that's gonna be a big weekend.
It'll be a big one.
So
Usually
10,000 on that.
Usually Memorial Day is not as.
So one other comment, and it's been several years since I served on the fire department, but numerous times over the 10+ years that Kent and I served, they showed up at accidents. They did road control, the one that happened this last year, where now I love the sign, whoever put that up about driving drunk kills trees. That guy, they were involved, our people who were here, the security people were involved in doing traffic control and that sort of thing. So you never know when something like that's gonna happen, and I don't think you should defund them.
Right.
My opinion.
But we can try to curb some of the costs, like you're saying, like maybe during the bingo, you guys hire your own security, and so it's in that area concentrated for that event. And, it's not a whole grand scheme thing.
Get some shorts that say alcohol monitor on it, like, at the Rose Garden.
Well, that'd be about 10 grand total. Do we want to put it at 10 or leave it and see how the year goes? It's just a budget.
If they'll even come out.
Mary?
I'm just gonna make a comment, I'm part of 3R Watch, and I did the July 4th and the Labor Day activities because I wasn't here on Memorial Day. And there was quite a contribution of people on 4th of July, and a lot of the people who were participated, they're full-time residents. And one of the comments they did, well, we usually leave, but we stayed because we wanted to participate. Well, Labor Day, we scrounged to get enough people to cover the gate, to even cover driving around looking, for things. And because again, most of the people on that committee are full-timers, and most of us leave for the big holidays. So to be honest, that's what happened. So I agree. It was great doing the gate. We got a lot of compliments, and a lot of people appreciated that. And we did participate a couple of times in just driving around. And I think it did make a difference because there were kids out there riding motorcycles that didn't belong on the road because they were like 6 years old. And when parents or older kids saw us driving, they made them go home. So, because I followed them a couple of times and they did make them go back home. And so, so I think we do good but there's only a few of us that really are there participating for that 3-day weekend. And so I think to even think about having the 3R Watch do anything more than that, it would probably be overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
So
We have a great group of people in this community who volunteer. Yesterday, we had 8 people show up down at the gun club. It's been advertised.
It's not security.
And it's hard. Everybody has their own life, and it's difficult to get volunteers.
We can leave it at 17 and then visit
Yeah, revisit it next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe focus on, maybe it's just nighttime that we
Right.
really need to have the security people here, rather than during the day and stuff like that. So I think that, we have time to talk about those things.
Yeah.
Like Ryan was saying,
Yeah.
schedule them for certain things.
All right, snow removal, which we're gonna get a foot of it on the pass here in a little bit. It was budgeted 35, or it's spent in 2023, we spent 3104, and then so far this year, 2018. So obviously, we're just getting into snow season, so.
And it's like a La Nina or something.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a
Yeah.
well.
We're supposed to get snow this year.
So
Sorry, I'm the only
leave
one
it at
excited
5,
about that.
Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just leave that one.
They're saying that 9/18's been spent this year.
Yes,
So probably from January, at the tail end of.
Yeah, snows a lot in February, usually.
January and February of this year.
What's included in that? What's
Anything that's involved with removal of snow. So that'd be the trucks, that'd be the diesel for the trucks, the maintenance on the trucks. One of the
Chains.
trucks has a flat tire, chains for the trucks, and it pays a stipend to the drivers of the trucks.
how much do the tires cost to get fixed on the old?
They
truck?
haven't come up yet, and I've called them 3 times.
What's the bid?
What, for a new tire?
Well, for fixing the top flat, how much does it cost to get one of those trucks fixed for tires?
I don't know, it'd be right around $6.
It's probably a 750,
I'm
16
asking
on there,
because that
so.
seems
Oh,
low at the
seems
price of
low
cheap.
to
Tire is
$600 a set.
22.
Oh, it's
That,
oh,
The trucks are gonna need, one of them's gonna need batteries for sure.
okay,
Might wanna consider getting rid of the old truck, cause it's gonna eat up $5,000 quick.
well, we tried to give it away and nobody would take it, so.
Well, then don't maintenance it, don't fix it.
No, we're gonna.
We don't.
But, you're gonna buy a set of batteries, you're gonna buy a couple sets of chains, if we have a real winter problem, with snow. I think you're gonna eat up 5,000, I don't think that's enough.
Do we inventory any of that kind of stuff?
What do you mean?
Like, do we have spare sets of chains that so that,
It's $500 a shot, we don't have spare.
I mean, that to me is like, we should buy them in advance so that when they break, we got them. It's the same thing like the belts on the gate.
Yes.
We need to have some inventory of,
Well, and that's
you know,
it.
where out of the gate. Yeah.
But this is a whole different way of doing it. We've got all new people as operators and new management. Kent did it for years and had everything operating and it just was like sewing machine, so it just went and
Right.
it worked. So we didn't really have, so we don't have a real history.
I'm just looking at that old truck and he's got 2 flat tires and there's no way.
The yellow one?
Mm-hmm.
He's
No,
got one flat.
yeah, it's old truck.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just cheaper to buy chains in advance when you can source them rather than you have to wait for them to get shipped in or.
Well, I think,
you know,
Bob, you're
you've got an
getting,
emergency.
this is the fund that we were talking about this morning of going to, ask where to get chains. You go get the chains and this is where Rob's gonna take it out of. So.
Well, it's gonna be tight at 5,000. I mean, you figure, like you said,
You're
it's
gonna
gonna
make
make
it.
extra chains.
Make it.
One truck needs a new tire.
Maybe it should be
Both of them
down.
take expensive batteries.
Do you want to bump it up then, Bob? 'Cause
Yeah.
now's-
Yeah,
now's
yeah, I
cheap.
at least
7,500
more, yeah.
Let's do 7,500.
Especially if you're
I get it.
backing up to plow.
May not snow.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
I
Onto,
never give you anything. Bob.
onto operating expenses. So advertising newsletter expense. In 2023, we spent 4,492. This year, 2,479. That's because we went away from actually printing and mailing newsletters. For
The newsletter will always be electronically distributed. Right?
Yeah.
We're gonna, we'll print out a handful of them for the front office.
But that can be done on a printer.
Correct.
Doesn't have to go through B&B.
Yeah, the only thing that I can say, I think that expense added the flyers at the gate on the big weekends. I think that was part of that expense, if I remember right.
Yes, it was.
So do we want to keep it at like $250 or something like that for the flyers?
No.
Well, we
not more
had,
than
so
that.
the last one, for Labor Day was $400 for the printing. And if, so for 3 weekends, maybe 4 this year. So, I mean, I think if you go to $1,200, you probably will come in under that.
Okay.
Assuming we're gonna
Yeah,
print the
we
same
need-
things.
We need to have something in there for that, because that gives us an ability to get information out to the landowner.
And relabel it.
So do we do 1,200 and then?
Yeah.
And then we'll need a relabel.
And then the next one is what we had discussed earlier. It should show parity with the income. So I don't know how we can identify a number
Yeah.
other than if we showed it in income, we would show a similar number in expense, because that would be a wash.
This is 0.
Just 0, yeah. Okay, collection expense. We approved 1,200. We've spent 455 in 2023. We spent 420.50. That's
This
now.
is something that Harker Lepore takes care of us for now, and it's much easier and less costly than it was prior to them coming on board and doing it.
Yeah, because all costs are now on the burden of the collectee. Yeah. So that should be
So it's
0.
essentially,
With 2 sets of chains.
There you go.
God, don't give Bob any ideas.
We should have some.
Okay, these are expenses, gate access, guest pass. Showing 229 or 230 over there, $230 spent.
Does the guest get an RFID tag?
No, but you don't use guest passes anymore. The way that guest pass used to be used was a piece of paper that was signed.
Okay.
Now, is that the cost of the printing all those paper passes maybe? Where
That
did
we
that come?
still have a lot
Where
over
did
in the
230
office.
come from?
No idea.
We don't have an answer.
So it would make sense that so the reason why I put that little note is does it make sense because the RFID tags have a cost and the key cards have a cost. Regardless of who donated what or whatever, going forward, once we zero that money out, RFID tags cost the association money to be able to provide. Yes, we get reimbursed for it, but same with the key cards, they cost money. So do we need to account for those numbers there?
But those are
They don't have anything to do with guest passes.
More than that.
That's
I
what
know
I'm saying.
we
The
don't
only,
have a guest pass.
the only thing that makes sense on guest passes is the printing of those papers. I can't feel like me think of
There
anything
wouldn't
else.
have been any other cost involved with guest passes.
Well, so what if you kept relabeled to RFID and then added the 3, what costs $230 to print, if we're saying that? Add $230 to your 1,200 above it. Because you got all the printings of the weekends, and we only print those passes primarily for those big weekends. So it'd be 1,430, 1,450 on 72,600.
And Steve, you're saying gate access key cards, that should be how much we spent?
8 cents, we spent way more than that.
How much though?
Yeah, so that's another thing we should probably put. So this, every time you put a credential, whether it be a key card or an RFID tag in, it's $1. So that's a cost. So the key cards themselves cost us $5 to Elite Electrical. And then the RFID costs, I don't know, $9. These are the costs for doing the business, not, nothing above that. So you probably want the line item for RFID tag to segregate from your physical swiping card.
So the card total, the price of the card and the dollar is $6. And then
Yeah,
the price of the, you gotta add $1 to the RFID.
So that was
$10
my
for
question.
RFID, $6 for the.
But it's $5 for the card and it's $1 for the entry. I think it's important that you're keeping them safe. They're separate because you've got $1 for your entry, but that's a
Yes.
prop to you.
You're not gonna see, it's gonna be unrealized because that gets billed for Proptia. Like Proptia, the number will always be different every month because of that $1 and then all the little things that happen. It's billed as a sum. Cause like we have to purchase the entries in order for them to be issued. So we have been doing them at $250, $500 a piece. So Julie will get an invoice from us, but she's not seeing a $500 bill. She's seeing a monthly Proptia bill.
That could be $1 per 534 cards. $1 for 200.
That might be-
RFIDs.
It's low, but that might be it. We have
Could be.
2,000 entries already.
Yeah, no, that'd be about right for RFIDs, 230. 230. 500, we did a lot more cards than 534.
Yeah, we did, what was our math here? 198, 33, and 133. I didn't label what they are, but yeah, you're close.
Yeah, that may be what that number is.
And no, the cost on those is like the income where it's a finite number that we're closing in on, or is it still a lot of money are we still gonna have to buy a lot of cards?
We should be closing in on cards to where when we're caught up, we're like issuing landowner changes. I don't know if we get those cards back, people lose cards. So a guess would be like 50 cards a year. I don't really know what they've done in the past. RFID tags will probably start to dwindle down to that number too, as people buy new cars, new landowners find out about it, or new landowners buy property, or people find out that they would prefer that. So that number is going to get small as well. So whenever it's a combination of two things, but they're built differently. So the card or the tag, and then the entry into Proptia.
Yeah.
Because we owe Elite Electrical like a lump sum for 2,000 cards, for example.
Right.
It's a bill to Elite. When we input that into the system, now we owe Proptia. I don't get to see what Julie gets to see. She might see all of it as a one lump sum, but I'm pretty certain with Elite, they said we have a year, no interest to pay for all the cards up front. That was their offer, was as long as you buy the tags from us, because you can go out and buy them. You don't have to buy them from us. But as long as we bought them through them, they gave us a lump sum of them with a no interest kind of loan thing. So that's how it's currently. We're on the hook for all the cards and the tags as of one bill. And then as they get inputted, we will be paying Proptia monthly on that bill. Now, however, Proptia may issue the bill to Elite, and Elite may issue the bill to Fieldstone. That part I don't know. But the running cost of Proptia as things get entered it's a sliding scale to move. The bill monthly won't be the same every month. But to segregate, like I said, the key cards and the tags definitely need to be separated. Where the 230 came from, I guess they were speculating.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna have a list of
Yeah.
things to ask Julie, like where, so have that one.
Yeah,
list.
I got it on there. So what do you want to put in for, I mean, you're talking about, not to be petty, but we're talking about hundreds of dollars, not thousands.
After this year, yeah, this year will be thousands, next year will be hundreds. We've already got the.
We do not need any
being-
more cards in stock.
Yeah.
We're finished.
We're good.
Okay, so we're done buying cards up front. Now we just have a stock of them. So we'll owe that bill out.
Yes.
And that's where the donation for the card money and the purchase of the tags, those funds were per the offset. But yes, to answer your question, we're not talking about thousands going into 25.
Hey, Brian, when somebody loses their card back in the day and they're coming in and getting a new card, they had to pay for it.
They need to be paying for the new one. The system will show, oh, you have 2 cards out. So they can't come in and say, I never got them, because when they get pulled up in the system,
Yeah.
it'll show that they had them. So then they need to be paying, the $5 per card to reissue, because it's not free for us at that point.
Yeah.
And the offer for free was
They were
upfront.
entitled to one card, now they've lost it or.
Correct.
whatever, so now they have to pay.
Okay, so what number are you putting in there?
G42, G43.
So key cards.
You're never gonna get home.
Are we trying to take guest pass and turn that into RFID? Is that what we're trying to do?
That's the question, is what's behind it. If there's nothing, then yes.
Why don't you put 500 and 500? Probably gonna be a little high, hopefully, but
Holiday activity expense.
Zero.
Zero.
Yeah, that's one of those weirdo things again. We don't have any holidays. That I know of. Any of you guys do that?
I know that holiday activity expense was brought up several meetings ago. That's as far as my knowledge goes.
Now that they're gonna be self-funded,
Yeah, so it's
kind of it's a non-issue.
Answer.
On insurance, I'm gonna suggest leaving it at 35,000, but it's going to be probably over that, but she can't tell me, so.
Now, would that insurance also then, do we need to add in the liability for the board for the CTA thing too?
That's just it. We don't know what that's going to be, and that could be covered under our current errors and emissions. That cost could be a push through. So, yeah, we kind of need to just keep it at the 35.
Yeah. For everybody online, Michelle's just highlighting, I need to go to Juliet Fieldstone to identify where some of these numbers came from. Okay, so license and fees. What do we spend?
There's a $50 license that I can't remember what. we
Yeah,
have to buy.
because there was one in 2023 and one this
Yeah,
year,
it's
so I guess.
$50.
All right,
That's the annual meeting.
yeah.
We have to, we have to rent the Elks Lodge. They also have, which we've confirmed that up. They also have, what is Ronnie? What was that guy's name that runs, he's the AV guy. He takes care of all of the audio visual aids that are there and that, which I know you already do, but we'll do that. So I would end up assuming that we're still going to be around $12,000 to $13,000.
So when I look at the P&L in between, hold on here, license and fees and meetings and events, there's a category called bookkeeping fees. And that's Fieldstone.
Yep.
Is that showing up somewhere else maybe on the budget?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Professional.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So back to events, I would say that the 13,000 is going to end up being.
All right. Merchant service fees, that's basically.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's it.
How many times is that?
Why is that listed again?
It was on income.
Oh, that's on income.
No.
That was
it
right
wasn't.
here.
There's bank fees, which would be like for charging for like a wire
Yeah,
or something
that,
like that maybe.
that would end up being, but it's not merchant services fees, those are bank charges.
Bank service charges are up at the top there.
Oh, okay.
I guess. Just. Well, let me look at what we spent last year. 303 in 2023, 662 this year. So probably just put it at 750 next year, just to be safe. And mileage reimbursement.
What's that about?
So people take the money in the bank.
Get reimbursed for that?
So you get reimbursed for that?
That's any mileage, that's like Rob's running around when he had to come over to Bend and talk to.
Sign the tax documents.
That is a discretionary number that you get put in.
Okay, so when we run out here for just a meeting, I mean, why are we?
You're more than welcome to.
No, I wouldn't do it.
I don't either, but this is for other things that are just end up being, this is taking the money, the cash account, the cash money into the bank.
That doesn't seem to happen enough.
Well, yeah, there's all kinds of things, but that's where that's at. Should probably be, what is it at?
1,066.
Oh.
Keep it at 1,000. Supplies were a little bit. Okay, we spent 2,200 in 2023. We're at 3,200 this year. So for next year, Dave, do you think we'll be kind of similar to this year?
Yep. Let's stick with it.
Just go with.
This should drop significantly.
And I'm assuming that too, that printing, so that says printing and postage. How is that different from the other printing?
Oh, some of that must be with the annual meeting though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Shouldn't be, it should be, the annual meeting expense should be in the annual meeting. That printing and postage was for the newsletter.
No, that was a separate charge.
But it doesn't say postage on the other one. The other one was just printing. So it might be stamps and mailing.
Well, the packet, the only thing that we're gonna be up against is the packet has to be printed and it has to be mailed out. So that's I always thought was covered under the meetings and events, but that could end up being, because we do have to print the packet and we do have to mail it out. So that could be.
But you know, you typed it a lot when it just automatically comes up now.
Okay, so we spent 1,309 in 2023 and then 1,450 this year so far on printing and postage.
So we just put 1,500 in there and we'll go with that.
Alright, so backing up to office supplies, there's Stacy and Michelle. We keep talking about printing.
I
And the-
know.
New printer.
Well, the printer that I sent her a link to,
Mhm.
I've seen this printer in full action for many years. It's one I recommend. It's $1,000. It's a laser jet. So you don't have to worry about ink. Is 25 gonna be enough? Because we keep talking about printing, so you're gonna spend 1,000 right there on just the printer.
If we do printing in-house.
I mean, we talked about
This
printing.
is just B&B Printing does our printing and how you.
Oh.
No, I mean, we talked about all of this other printing that we keep.
Like if we print out occasional flyers or things like that, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I'm just saying 2,500, is that quite enough? Do we want to go a little bit
Oh,
more?
for
on that?
office supplies. is
Yeah,
that
because
what
you're gonna eat it.
saying?
I recommend getting that printer. If you buy one thing next year, go ahead and buy you a good printer because that one's got ink in it and ink alone is probably the cost of the damn printer.
It's cheaper to buy.
So $2,500, you're gonna eat 1,000 just on the printer alone. So is,
Toner too. I mean, are we printing just black and white or are we doing color stuff?
Depends, but yeah.
Yeah, because like a set of color for a laser printer is like $5.
I don't,
4 or
the
5.
laser jet doesn't have ink.
Well, I'm just talking about the toner cartridges that you put in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're big money.
The printer that I gave her a link to for an option, that's the one that I have seen work in an office. I worked in for 6 months. And we've never replaced anything in over the 6 months. And there was replacement cartridges that there are pieces that you do have to replace, and they were like $100 a piece. But you're talking about years of usage, and this is the printer that this machine doesn't stop running for 8 hours a day. I mean, you got 30 employees just nonstop printing.
Well,
That's the beauty of a laser jet is it's not like an ink printer.
30.
No, I know. I'm using a laser jet at
Yeah.
home too. And it's like a black and white cartridge for it is it's like $200 for 2,000 copies or something out of it.
Oh,
They're not cheap.
Yeah, the one that we were using, it's not that way. So that's the one I recommended just because I've seen it in action.
Yeah, I mean, I just.
The second,
it's
we're
expensive.
talking, Dave, about a second screen needed.
Nope.
We
No,
already,
you
we've
got
already
it?
done
Okay,
that.
all right.
Garbage.
And even if you do, the ones I recommended, they're like 120 a piece.
Okay.
So,
But we found
if you found, yeah, they found.
Shoot, I'll give you 2.
All right.
Get
Probably
them.
have a couple.
We're done with operating expenses. Down on to professional bookkeeping. There's a 5% increase every time the contract renews. It renewed in February of this year until February of 2026 with Fieldstone. So that, what we're seeing budgeted includes that increase. So it would be the 31,972. All right. And then. Professional, what's that?
We're still sticking.
We're not sticking with them, we're stuck with them.
For now.
Right now.
They renewed in February before the board changed. You have a 90-day payout. We don't have the money to pay $90,000 to buy them in. So we're in a catch 22 right
No,
now.
it'd be a 9,000, not 90, but. 90 days, so we'd have to pay 3 months equal to what we pay them. In order to exit the contract,
And the contract's up now?
February 2026.
And then we can exit without a fee?
Well, as every year goes by, it would be cheaper to exit, but there'd still be a fee.
And you don't have the infrastructure in place. So before you
we're
can
not-
even talk about
Yeah,
that,
we're.
Yeah.
you
over
gotta have the
here.
ability to take a bit over and we're nowhere near that.
Let's not jump the gun.
Whether you can, in case you have to follow through with them, is that what you're saying?
Just buying
I figured it
time,
would be less, that's why.
buying time until 26.
Professional and legal fees should be down. I don't know if we've pissed anybody off and they're gonna sue us or come in and threaten. I haven't heard of anything. Is anybody, Bob, you pissed anybody off?
Not lately.
Okay.
Positive?
Yeah. But, I would say that if, at least lower that to 10,000. I don't contact
Put
the,
another zero
I
on
don't
there.
contact the attorney except on just very rare occasion. And I send all the information into Avery and Kevin and let them work at their pace on reviewing it. So unless we have an emergency or something like that, we had the one issue with the easement that we had to work out. That was the last time I needed immediate response because you needed an answer right away, so.
And they are gonna proceed.
Yeah.
They did purchase and.
Yeah.
um,
So I mean, those are the only kind of things that come up. Yeah, so 10 should be fine.
Tax prep and review should be similar, so I just said at 5240.
That sounds really high to me. Why?
So in
Did
my,
you read those two letters? Did you?
Yeah, no, I did. That's tax. Prep.
That's the people we're paying. That.
To do the CTA thing?
That,
no, CTA is Harker Rapport.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
Schwint and Company.
Schwint and Company is what we pay. You wanna talk about overpayment? There it is, right there.
Yeah, no, it just seems high. I don't know what, you guys both own businesses. Do you pay that kind of money for your taxes?
Not anywhere near.
Right. So what are we getting for it? I mean, it just seems like.
That's part of my suggestion with a task force to look at what we pay to Fieldstone and what we pay to Schwinn, and all things financial services related.
Yeah, that just seems like
that's
way over the top.
Okay, reserve study.
Okay, on the reserve study, the reserve study has an annual renewable fee that you're supposed to review your reserve study every year. That usually runs about $4,000 to $5,000. We have noted that we have to have, or that we are going to do a reserve study. Harker Lepore has indicated that we're not required to do a reserve study. The biggest issue that we have with a reserve study is that everything that is an asset, save for this building and really the office, are all donated. The event center it is in its condition because it was donated money. The rec center, the beach, this asset depreciates, the office depreciates. We haven't capitalized or put a dollar amount on these to depreciate out because the cost basis for all of these things is really hard to identify. I mean, the fire hall was a degraded building that you put in what, $100 and some thousand to make it, yeah, so, and that was donated funds, so you can't necessarily capitalize that asset. But we have to do a reserve study, so there has to be some funds that are in there to do that. The 6275, I don't, we didn't have a study completed this year, so I don't know what that 6275 would be for. Sorry.
I do, I do.
No time for yourself.
And Bill, Randy Geisler asked, does the reserve study category implicate the OPCA? Should we rename this item or eliminate this item unless members vote to have a reserve account?
It would not be something that the membership votes on. That in the reserve study, that is an item that is determined by the board of directors and includes increases in the annual value. We have not added anything to the assessment which pertains to the reserve study. We're still at the $350. But if we are going to take a ballot measure to the membership, that would be included in it because you would have an assessment increase and you would have to notate in that assessment increase what it would go to. So if you're including that, then yes, they will vote on whether to study it.
You know, I'm not sure that that is 100% accurate.
Okay.
And the only reason I say that, I live in a very large golf course community with a HOA. We get, the board sets the annual fee, they do their budget process, they set the annual fee, and they do all this stuff that we're doing right now, and then they carve out whatever they're gonna, whatever they feel they can responsibly do to the reserve fund, right? So the reserve fund really, like when we present to the ownership, right? The reserve fund could change, the amount that we have to donate to that or to reserve for that could vary every year. It's just based on how much money that we set the annual dues at. And, you know, so when we're approaching, I think, our landowners, I don't think you can't commit to saying, we're gonna put $200, you know, if we're gonna raise dues $200 or $100. I think you can't commit to that 100, I don't think we're required to commit to that $100. It's gonna, things change. And it's kind of whatever's left over.
Yeah, we've had this discussion for the last couple of years, and I heard your same comments before. But the study, you're absolutely correct. The board determines the amount.
Contribution. Yeah.
And that is added to and can be added to the assessment under, in your particular case, under whatever, if the board was to decide at your LOA that it's an additional $100 per member, then they pay an additional $100. In our particular case, we have to have a bylaw change and we have to vote on that. So
right.
Our bylaws say $350.
Right.
So if we don't have anything left, then we don't put anything in. And that was what we talked about in that contingency money that Randy would talk about is, okay, we have $5,000 contingency, right. And hopefully we'll have a contingent number here at the bottom when we get to it. That a portion of that can be applied to the reserve fund and we can do that. In this particular case, what we're saying is that we're taking $4,000 out of the general fund.
Right.
We're not, this isn't a residual number. This is an actual number that's coming out.
Sure.
And we're going to take that. So the problem with doing that is that we've already committed $4,000 of general fund money to go to the reserve fund. And I don't know that that's necessarily correct. Now, when we go to ask for an increase in assessments, I'll agree with you 100%. we don't have to say, okay, an X number of those dollars is gonna go to the reserve fund.
Right.
I think we owe it to the membership to identify the fact that there is a reserve fund and
Oh,
it needs to
absolutely.
be funded,
Yeah,
but we don't have to tell them how much. The issue that we have in here is where it, in the 3A, and obviously I carry a copy of just that document out of Oregon statute. It allows us to increase that amount, but we at Three Rivers don't have the ability to apply that increase without having the landowners vote, unless we can get it, glean it out of the general fund.
Okay.
So to leave it at $4,000, that's, to me, that's a misnomer. Worth the $6,200, we, I don't, we didn't do anything at all
Yeah.
last year as the board. We didn't do
Right,
anything.
right.
When was that study? I know it was in
The
24.
study was done in 2022.
Okay,
Right.
and then for 24, you spent 62.75?
We don't know. I couldn't tell you what that was.
Okay, so you've had one semi recently.
2
Do
years.
we,
2 years ago now, we are most recent.
do we,
It's supposed to be every year.
I understand that. What the question is gonna be is, we have to put together what the increase will be for the next annual meeting. And you're leveraging using this study to back our request. Are you gonna get it done before then?
No, you can't.
There's no way.
Well, then why spend the money to use it to get the dues increase when you won't get it done before the dues increase?
And that's why it shouldn't be here.
Yeah, so my opinion would be that'd be zero.
It should be zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't any way that we could, we were taking, and for it, and here's the hard part is that it shouldn't have been zero. As far as I'm concerned, I think the three of us who came from the old board, we didn't, there wasn't anything that we did, but yet there's $6,200 that got applied. And so that's $6,200, we don't know where.
In fact, we carved the thing way down.
Oh, yeah.
No, we took a butcher knife to that thing and
Yeah.
it was way overstated.
It's costing everything.
Yeah. This,
Interest rates are coming down.
I just had to look at my calendar, but Schwint and Company came out in 2023
Yeah, because we,
to do a drive around and stuff like that, and then they presented like a couple months later. It took a while.
They probably love coming out here. 2 buildings, yeah. Yeah, we're done.
well, it's just the roads too.
I know.
Seismic things and.
So I would say that would end up being at a zero
Okay.
for now.
All right. Payroll. So thus far, well, we approved a budget of 39,000, estimated to end at 32,000, currently at 28,000. So for 2025, Dave, what numbers do we need in there?
We better double it. You're at 39 now. I'd like to see at least go to 50.
Well, that's not double.
Well, it's getting darn close.
Okay.
Help me understand.
Is that like a wage increase or?
Yeah, what's that?
It's gonna be wage increase, plus this year we've, a lot of this was supported by volunteer. About a month's worth of, office has been volunteered. Yeah, this, Jefferson County minimum wage doesn't even keep up with the state minimum wage.
I think
This
what
is
you,
also,
I think what you need to look at is retention.
Yeah.
You actually have knowledge that's sitting behind that desk right now,
Right.
and it's good right now, but what's to keep them in the direction we wish to go? I think this is kind of, hate to say it this way, but this is kind of the carrot dangle to keep, to retain until hopefully we do get.
well, and if we're looking to move, I mean, every time you look to move away from Fieldstone, and you use the term move away from Fieldstone, there's an implication of the office staff is going to have to take an increased responsibility, even if that means they're answering the phone more often. There's an increased responsibility. You can't expect the currently paid office staff to continue operating in the peanuts that we throw them. I mean, they get
What's embarrassing?
It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing what we pay the office staff. And the expectation that we have of them to be there, to be ready, to take the rude calls that landowners send in.
And if they're gonna take on more responsibility, you can't have the hours cut, because they're gonna have to be doing things all day long. That's gonna take them the whole day, not cut 3 hours out of their,
What's the hours gonna be, this, Sunday?
I don't know.
We're 6 hours a day now on Sunday. What's the, open and close times?
Well, those vary. I mean, it's still the same. They've only changed the hours now.
In the
Still
winter,
very
It's
okay.
winter.
the new winter hours, I think are good. I mean, it's such a limited amount of foot traffic.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Stacy's back.
Okay,
Ava from the fire department.
let's keep going through this. We've got that set. Bob,
So you can have a number.
I thought the wages were in the other one, but I guess they're separate. So is $2,000 enough to pay for?
Right now, nobody's asked for a salary. Everybody was doing it volunteer.
Hopefully they're not listening.
Well,
I
I'm
just-
here.
I'm willing to throw my name in there. I was just talking to Dave, you know, like, let's drive this truck around, learn a little bit. I got my tractor. I plowed the whole loop around there.
What do
strip.
you think, Dave? Do we pay the plow truck drivers?
You better double it.
Well,
was a
Kent
joke.
got
You're
paid,
kind
but
of
he
big
did
on that phrase today, you know, you want to kind of just.
Kent got paid, but he did all the maintenance too, and all the.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine where it's at.
So realistically,
And he took
right,
care of everything.
we're in kind of an inflection point here.
Yeah,
Right? If we need to, minimum wage shouldn't really matter. It's what we have to pay
it's the
people.
value.
Yeah, I mean, but if we need to have qualified, competent, and employees that we retain because they're not making minimum wage, I mean, we didn't plug a number in there that's right, and whatever it is, it is. And we're gonna have, and that's gonna be another thing that we're gonna have to, talk to our landowners about.
Yeah.
Is if you want quality people that can help you out, that are gonna do these things, and we're gonna get ancillary benefits by doing this.
You got to pay for it.
You wanna dance, you gotta pay the band.
Yeah, I think you're right there. So that 50,
I mean,
I agree. I think that 50 needs to go up. The snow plowing, if you were to miss that mark, this is not a year, 8 hour a day, every single week
Right.
thing. So if you miss the mark on snow plowing, it's probably peanuts, especially you have volunteers.
right.
But to have the skill set day in and day out and continue moving forward with the direction we're going, that 50, that was just a 25%. I mean, you went from 40 to 50. That's a 25% increase. That's not. I know we backed the hour down a little bit, but how much savings is there?
But
So,
they're going up in the summertime because we're gonna have longer hours during the holiday weekend.
so that might be a
move.
moot point on the hour. So that'd be the wash. But yeah, 50. I mean, what?
Can we calculate the number of hours?
Sometimes
The
it's
wage?
simple. I was just figuring 2080
A little bit of payroll, guys.
hours
That's
for
still
a 5-day
minimum wage.
week. So now they're
And
7
that's
days
only
a
7
week,
hours a day.
right?
Per.
So it's gonna be more than 2,080 hours.
Yeah, how many hours are we gonna be? Right, how many people are, we gonna staff one person?
Yes, there's never an overlap.
It's
It's
only
only
20
person
bucks
every
an
day.
hour. I do the math, that's the number, it is.
Per state minimum.
And then it has to give benefits
So
too,
you're
so.
under. You're.
So-
That and
There has to be a way to calculate.
Taxes.
It's just a math
the
problem.
level.
Yeah, it's a math
I just
problem.
did it.
Well,
I just did it. I know a little bit about payroll.
Okay,
That's
but
still
I'm,
minimum wage.
okay,
At 7 hours. a
so
day.
you and Dave talk, because Dave runs the office. And,
Well, I'm not trying to take over his job.
No, I know.
I'm just giving you information.
I know there's a lot of people on the phone, there's a lot of back talking happening, so it makes it hard for people to hear, so. Is this something that we can arrive at today though, or do we need to like put more time into like assessing where do we want the wage to be that would be, fair?
Fair and equitable.
okay, well, are we forecasting then for a move away from Fieldstone or not?
That shouldn't be,
That
that doesn't play into it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We just need to be able to retain and have good quality employees.
If you did 30 days at 7 hours a day, 37,800 is $14 an hour or
Yeah.
$15? I forgot what I
That's
said.
what I got.
So 50 is slightly above it.
Basically what we make now.
25% for labor cost.
But it doesn't, it's not quite like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but
Right.
we've got social security, you've got your, should be, your payroll
Tax
tax
expense.
expense below, they've calculated it at 10%. It should be more like that.
Dave, when you said
It's
double,
actually
I
22%.
mean, you're looking
Yep.
at, a true double is 80.
Yep,
He said that was 25% increase.
Mhm. That's a true double is 80.
true, yep, correct, when I said double.
Yeah, but you just pull.
Absolutely, but
Triple.
it's an effective.
It's,
I
I don't think we're far off, to be honest with you,
Consideration.
at doubling it. I really don't.
Is that everybody's decision?
So we said good on snowplow, right? Well, you said, we went backwards. We said,
Yeah, all of a sudden you were back up on the other budget.
yeah, so we said it was, nobody was putting in for the money,
Well, that's not
but that doesn't
necessarily fair. We
necessarily.
may
Right.
need to be
Let's
able
just
to.
leave it there.
Put it at 4,000, you should have enough. Cause I don't know if I'd get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go file.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah,
Now,
but
the
two
payroll service fee, Fieldstone is supposed to do our payroll.
Paychecks does it.
Paychex does it. Who provides Paycheck with the information?
Julie's.
So we're,
We send-
we're doubling up.
They send to Julie sends the paychecks, basically, versus we could just do that all, potentially in the future, all on QuickBooks.
We don't want to do payroll. Do we really want to do payroll?
Paychex does it all, yeah, and Paychex does so much of it. I've worked with them
Paychex is
before.
what we're doing.
They're really
Yeah,
good.
they're really good. You send in the hours basically, and they take care of the rest.
So,
Payroll service.
So we saying stay?
yeah.
Yeah, it was 1505 in 2023, it's 1594 this year. Yeah, 2000.
And simple tax.
Tax, I don't understand how it should be about 22% of the gross. For your payroll tax, your state contribution, your federal contribution, your social security, Medicare. We don't have lane transit and we don't have TriMet over here, so we don't have those two. We have an SSI that has to get paid.
Right.
So I don't think we can get by, because the workman's comp is an insurance, not workman's benefit fund goes in on the OQ form, so that's a different, that's a tax, not a insurance, so I would say that that has to be more around 6,000. Steve, would you agree?
Yes.
6,500, what do you think?
I don't even know where they got such a low number on it.
Well, oh, hang on, I'll take that back.
If it's 22% of 80,000, it's 17,600.
Yeah, it's 20 of 80,000.
It's 20,
I was
yeah.
using the 40,000.
Yeah, it's 20, call it 20 grand. or
It's gonna be
18
20.
grand.
Workers' comp was 420 in 2023.
Change
500.
65 to 20. Line 65 to 20. Please.
20,000.
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, because of the increase.
because of the increase.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a percentage of the salary.
Workman's
Workers'
comp,
comp's
is
gonna
just-
go up. Well, no, they won't go up.
no, it's secretaries. My God, 600 would be high, even at 80,000. They're like.
But the
Assistant.
workers' comp in general has gone up across the board, so you might see it
A little bit.
a little bit, but probably not.
Yeah.
Make it a grand. I mean, just,
I don't think, I mean, yeah, I just don't think it's gonna be very much for, like you said, 4 staff members.
1,000, just to see where we sit.
yeah.
Okay, down to tax utilities website.
Oh, okay.
Now, the
How did this
federal,
all happen?
the federal tax,
Uh,
I'm not sure,
I have an
and
answer.
I have
for
no
that.
idea where the 9,400, and I
It's-
know we're looking on that.
Okay, so taxes federally paid none in 2023, we paid 9,472 this year. We are going to get a refund of that of 2,810, and that is because the extra taxes from the $35,000 plus that Three Rivers received an interest income
Yeah.
from the CD.
All the CDs and money markets are paying, we have to pay tax on all of
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
That makes
So we would take, what, 90,472, so I can give you a number for next year for federal.
Should probably be around $7,000.
Should be right around $7,000.
Perfect.
All
I'll
right.
put that number in.
Property taxes. God, does anybody, I don't pay Jefferson, well, we do pay
There you go,
Jefferson.
makes it 3%.
3% a year.
Yeah, we went from 7,500 to 8,700.
Yeah, mine's pretty good.
We're gonna jump that.
And then state taxes, we paid 0 in 2023. We got 1,643, but we're getting $600 back.
So are we keeping the same for the property?
So
It should be, that should be 3%.
Another $500 more next year.
Yeah.
Good job, Morgan.
So
Above
of
87.
the of 87.
So
300.
300.
and then just put state tax at 1,100 for next year. All right. Internet, are we on internet now? Yeah, okay. Internet, we were at 770 in 2023. We're now at 1180 roughly. Projected to end at 1288.
Did we want to do anything about the water? We've talked about it numerous.
That was a project Kyle,
Wi-Fi down at the beach, man?
Yeah.
Kyle was looking at that.
I mean, it's not as, it's kind of weird now because at least now with new iPhones, you can get you can do a satellite text kind of thing. But not everybody has that. There's a lot of Android users and whatever, and do we want to, I mean, Starlink's pretty reasonable. But I don't know, you're more up to speed. on
Yeah,
that.
so the direction Kyle was working with Rally was to get us started on the gate, the office here. And he was kind of in with him. And so he currently has, I don't know how familiar you are with what he has on his house, but he has big antennas pointed down at the marina. He's the reason that they have internet down there, but it's through web. Yeah, so I don't know if he's kind of taken a back seat for the minute, but during the summer, that was the direction we were going, was to get the office going with Rally. Rally kind of wanted to see if they could get a bigger footprint in here. And then he wanted to start discussing with taking the antennas down from what he has and trying to go with them, or seeing if they'll come in and build the infrastructure based off of us kind of promoting them. I don't know if he's gotten any further with them. But that's he wanted them to come in here and put up an antenna somewhere, pay for it, beam it down there, provide a service. Maybe we pay another $60 a month or something, and then maybe we put up a sign for them at a reduced cost, whatever we negotiated.
Right.
That was the direction we're going. Where we're at right now, I don't know.
Okay.
But he is the sole reason for the internet down at the marina, because he's got these big antennas bolted to the side of his house.
I just think if we're making a value proposition to the landowners, that's a high value prop.
So that's a marketing tool you use when you want to increase our dues. It's
So-
all about marketing.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean,
Yeah.
but people see value there.
Yeah, I sat through a couple meetings and that was,
Safety factor.
Absolutely.
yeah. So a couple meetings with Rally, that was the discussion. It's like, hey, I've tried everything out here so far and I'm not starting. I love it. You guys are putting in more infrastructure, speeds are where they need to be, costs are where they need to be. But people, they used to be called Pine Telephone or whatever, and some people don't like Pine, and some people don't know Rally's the new name, and some people have just been stuck with Wefermix. It's a matter of coming together to get them to come in here, because the infrastructure to put an antenna is gonna, whether we front it or not, I don't know what that would be, but it would be.
You'll probably recall this, but 4 years ago, and I think it was just served up poorly to the HOA annual meeting, but Pine wanted to put that thing in our place and pay us to do it. And the way it was served up at the meeting was less than perfect,
Yeah.
and it was summarily voted down. But Starlink gives options that, we may not have with, I use, what's the other one there? I've got the parabolic dish in my tree. And it's fine, but it has speed limitations, things like that. And I don't know that you could get it down into that canyon, but I don't know. I think it might be worth bumping that number for the year to give us some options to provide that value to our landowners.
And so another part of that equation is that there is a landowner
$100 a month.
there's a landowner outside of Three Rivers that is gonna pay Pine to give them fiber. They're gonna trench fiber from that antenna down the street all the way past the gate. And so part of us going with Raleigh, sorry, I kept saying Pine, part of us going with Raleigh was, hey, in the future, that's what we want into the office. We
Yeah,
want
that
it
was
as
nice
fast.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, their question was, can we get into the neighborhood with fiber? And I said, I can guarantee you that you have access to the perimeter,
Yeah.
but to get in here might be a challenge.
Yeah.
And you would have to take one property at a time until the first property says no, and then you're at a roadblock. But
What happened last time.
correct.
Well, actually, that might not be true because the association owns from the center of the road 30 feet each in each direction. So that's, but I just don't think that the landowners want it.
Well, it was
It's
how
too
they want to
invasive.
run it, because if they want to run pole, that's probably gonna not work.
No, yeah,
because that
poles-
defeats the whole
yeah,
purpose,
yeah.
So they would have to trench it. So yeah, that's a whole new day of discussions, but yeah, that was on the table.
Right.
And that was part of getting us to where we are now with
Right.
Raleigh
Right.
line of sight microwave.
But that wouldn't necessarily stop us from
Exploring.
because there is the Starlink option.
Correct.
Which doesn't involve all that trenching and disruption and whatnot. And it still doesn't mean we couldn't make a change if Pine or Raleigh came up with an alternative solution. But I'm just saying, if we're gonna go to the homeowners, the landowners, potentially for an increase in the dues, I think that's a strong.
That could definitely be your verbiage for why we need more money, is to
Well, it's
to
I'm not
put that
trying to
down.
put it all there, but
Yeah,
it's
one more
a
line.
safety factor.
What do we want to put into this slot now? Because we only have the 350 for assessment, so do we stay at the 900? It looks like we're spending, what did we spend in 23?
On internet it was 769.
1100 this year?
I calculated, so our current internet, we switched over. I think it's, if my number's right, I don't have the bill in front of me. 840 should be what it cost us for the 12 months for the office internet. However, I think we're paying, and maybe a separate item, but we may be paying for the internet down at the event center.
That's included in that 840?
No, there's an additional bill, but so now it's split because she kept Yellowknife, what, I think,
Webformix.
Webformix.
And we bounced that.
Yeah, to the generator, yeah. We're not on the same carrier anymore where we were. It was, I don't remember if it was one bill or two. Yeah, so that's, again, back to Kyle, but yeah, that's.
So do we put this in, leave it at the 900 for now?
I would go to 1,000 just in case my math is off. Another 100 won't.
No.
1,000.
Diesel, okay, propane and diesel, last year, or I'm sorry, 2023, we spent in total 6,433. This year, 6,647 so far.
So now, do we have any requirements for diesel other than the snowplow? That's you.
It's a diesel generator outside this building.
Okay, so how much?
Year in, yeah.
Okay, so there is diesel, okay, as long as we don't overlap one with the other.
Okay, that at 8.
Propane on the bingo hall, tank and diesel here.
Come on, Trump said it's coming down.
And propane at the. No, we pay for that. It's separate. I don't need that. It's not much.
So we leave it at 8. Okay.
Telephone budget.
Telephone, utilities.
Telephone, we spent.
I don't know how you got
Yeah, I don't know.
$3,062 because the phone costs like $50. And then we're paying, I'm looking at a bill right here, we pay
I
$34.07.
don't wanna write it again.
I know where there was some overlap for a couple of months, but that number is crazy high. So
I can type it.
408 will be what the actual phone costs us next year unless there's an increase. So if you put 450 would cover it. I know there's discussion to maybe change the phone, but that could come into the, that could be factored in that we've already done that number with the office supplies, yeah.
Okay, visual recognition should be 0, right?
Yeah.
Website expense, we spent 780 in 2023. It says here 2,279 for website.
Okay, so website next year is gonna cost us 2,400. The hosting is going to cost us 30, so that's 2,430.
The hosting separate.
So this is, yeah, so I know it's gonna be one bill. It's gonna be one bill from HOA start, so, what did I wanna do? One of these, we may wanna change one of these to emails, because I haven't seen a line item for emails, and that's gonna cost us some. So emails, I just set up, Rules and Regs now has one, so we're up to 13. So if we budget for another email address going into 25, that's gonna be 684 a year.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
good.
7.
Not anywhere in the budget, that's weird.
We pay them a little more, can we keep it out of our spam folder?
Yeah.
I need to write them an email. I don't know why.
Poor Rob, after grief.
Yeah, I actually send them on a spam just to make you guys mad.
All right, so we are done with tax utilities website.
Is the visual record, does it say visual recognition program, is that cameras?
Yes.
You don't have any, you're not gonna budget camera?
Well, sorry, that was the license plate reader system, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, if we go with the Propetia camera system, which integrates, like Ryan said, just flawlessly with Propetia, it's something that has a monthly service, that's a module, that's a camera expense too. It's security.
Do we need that?
That's the one where
That'd be nice.
if somebody complained about a red truck
Yep.
and didn't have any other information but a red truck, type in red truck on this day and all the red trucks will come up. So
How much is it?
So we probably could get away with using a current camera, spin it backwards. And it's just clicking a box and paying for it. And I think it's 75 a month. It may be up to 120 a month. It's not gonna be any more than that. But the good part about doing that is it's tied into Propetia. You don't have to have extra hardware. You don't have to have another company install it. When you're searching in one system. And he's right. It's they're touting that you can type in red truck and it'll say red truck associated to this address, license plate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's a picture of it. It came in on Saturday at 4:30 a.m.
I don't know about the camera deal.
I could be wrong with being able to use our camera. You know, when they're selling you stuff, they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, that probably would work." But if you want to purchase a new camera, I'm sure you're talking 1,000, 2,000. I don't know. For a good camera.
Sorry, I added something.
But we have pretty decent cameras. They're not top of the line, brand new, but they're definitely
It's kind
not
of fun to find.
super outdated. Those Bosch ones are pretty decent.
Or can we like stair step it, like start with our camera?
That's what, that's what I say, because they're definitely gonna make, if you wanna go crazy and get 4K high resolution, I'm sure they'll sell you those. But that's not what ours is, but it's definitely clear enough to read a license. That's the objective, is to read the license plate. The extra stuff around it is just gonna be added bonus, so.
Okay. So can you go down a little bit, let's see where we're at.
Yeah, the prior camera system was a great help. 2 rules were raised to identify who the driver was and the license plate,
Yeah.
so.
I'd leave it at the 2,000.
Me too.
If we don't spend it, we don't spend it, but I'd leave it at 2,000, which is budget for 24.
Well,
Oh, we got it.
we got a problem.
Wait, what happened?
No, never.
Visual recognition program to 50. At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, and you just tucked into 1,500.
Oh, we dropped it there. Okay, sorry, I didn't catch it. Okay.
So now the contingency line item is meant to be the equalizer to make everything net zero. Correct. We've got operating or total expenses.
What's our total operating income? 31,720.
Can you click on the calculation on that negative 54,416?
This one?
Yeah. please. G18 minus G84, so basically taking, let's look at the G18.
GAT should be your income total, which is 266,760, so we have a shortfall of 50,000,
Sorry, Shannon.
54,416.
That's what,
Okay, before I make any changes on this, can you look at that left corner, copy the whole worksheet and take everything and dump it into it. We can create a second worksheet with what we've already done all this work on.
That's
And
what they do is need
tweak the assessment amount and then that will automatically show us, okay, to reach
Rainy day fund.
to reach where we wanted to reach where we want to reach this budget that we just came up with. We automatically can find out by changing the assessment from 400 to 500 and see how we're at. That sort of thing.
427 to break even.
Well, we need it in a budget spreadsheet. So. Is
So
that
where do you
on
wanna
that,
start?
is that on that additional tab? So yeah, let's plug in the 427 that Morgan came up with, just
where?
at the very bottom, for the assessment amount for 2025, so 179.
79.
Yeah. So
427.
427. And if we go up.
Sorry, I'm making a mistake.
Where's the contingency on that one? Did we miss it?
Should be, keep going at the end of expenses. Payroll, and keep going a little further.
There you go.
Yeah, right there. Still 1238.
Yeah, there's some changes. So we're at 427, some change.
Okay.
So that's where your change is.
Got it.
427.95. 420. 428 will get you there.
So now we have to go, okay, adjust that one, then we have to go back to the other budget that we did. And cut. 54.
They come up with $54,416 that somebody doesn't get. If she started at the top.
So you say that we don't get unless there's a change in.
We can have more
right?
income. If we can create more income, we can,
Right,
don't have
so
to
a change, so like if you went to the, so this is where you guys are getting down to that.
Yeah, so now if we go back to the calculations here for, if we go, instead of doing the 600, we go to 703, 350.
Good.
Nice. You gotta pay.
That board income.
Yeah. 40,000 a slot.
The best we can do, is increase, your first line, line 5 to 246,050.
You can't just adjust that.
Why can't you adjust that one? That's the actual number. $350 times 703, the 703 is the current account.
So we have to adjust, you can't just in there, we gotta adjust it down in the,
Expenses.
no, all the way at the bottom where the two
50 times what, 7?
inputs are at.
That's like 7, kind of short.
So you're saying change it from 698 to 703?
Yeah, this would end up being 703.
Let me change this.
Somebody died, I had 718.
And then assessment amount total.
Are we currently 400? Oh, yeah, with the marina. With the marina, right.
Yeah, but the assessment amount shouldn't be 400, it's only $350. The $50 goes to the marina fund.
Yeah, I thought it was
We don't.
350 plus 50.
Yeah, don't we get an additional?
It's 350 plus 50.
Oh, okay, we're good, okay.
And then you had the
Then you
road
have the road
improvement was $250 on top of that.
That ends in April.
Huh?
I think that ends in April. That's what.
Yeah, yeah, it ends this year.
Okay, and right now it says total assessments 281, 200, less marina 34900. So our operating assessments is 246, 300.
That's what I got.
Is 246, 300 what's showing in the, all the way at the top?
I'm gonna go in this sheet.
Fat guys.
244, 245.
LPN, not LPN.
This is a copy of that.
Yeah.
Time I
So-
mentioned.
Oh,
Gotta go back to the
because
views and read that.
698, that's 703.
Oh, yes, you're correct.
All right, so we go all the way back to the top, now we have to.
So I'll go ahead and buy.
Now we have to base some cut things. What, $50,000 worth to balance?
Is that the number? 50?
4,000.
Sorry.
No, we don't need that one. We need the, yeah, that one.
Down
It's gonna be a.
Yes. So while you guys talk, I'm gonna. So I've got this one, so we can use this as the original. And then you guys can make changes to that one and. You should do that.
So we can't, I mean, can we increase our income outside of the assessment?
Not before the, would have to be something that we have planned that we can do in 2025, and we don't. Even if we pass the assessment in March at the annual meeting, it won't take effect until 2026.
Well, sorry, it would be like advertising.
Yeah, that's something if you figure you could sell more.
So can we add, options to income?
Well, it depends on whether it requires membership vote or what happens. I mean, you just can't arbitrarily say, yeah, let's add whatever we want to add to it.
Well, my idea is that I want to charge vendors for their vendor code access and maybe get together with communications and have a advertising and vendor code, be an annual charge for it. I have vendors
Pulling
that
up right
are
now.
willing to pay that.
There's a truck pulling up right now.
Go get his money.
It's a lot that comes through that gate.
So I have over 20, without looking real quick, but probably under 30 vendor codes. I've warned them that this is just to get you going so that we can get these houses done that people want right now.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with having 30 permanent codes out there for vendors to use them wherever they want, so, I've let them know.
And we have several options. I mean, we would have, for nothing else, you would have the architectural committee could increase fees for building permits or building action that we take. You have road fees that would increase for heavy hauling across there that can be charged to, you know, each load of concrete that comes in or whatever. Those are all sources of income that definitely we gotta look at.
The easiest way would be to.
What have we got?
A vendor, have a vendor fee, you know, and just.
So what does that net?
Enough probably to pay for the gate expense without any trouble.
Okay, but
$100 a year.
That's,
No, the maintenance fee, what do we budget for property and such?
No, I mean, what would you charge?
yeah, what are you charging each vendor?
What is our, commercial or outside the gate advertisement billboard?
600.
600.
It's gonna be 600, so it falls in line, I was thinking $1,200 a year.
Woo-hoo.
For gate access?
It's you can't believe how much complaints we get because a vendor who wants to do business in here, which is great, I mean, can't ask for better than that.
You're talking like the ice
But
people.
they do not wanna wait for a pass, they wanna go right through the gate and get the job done, which I totally understand because time is money to them.
Sure.
And, I mean, if they're willing to pay $600 for advertising, they're probably willing to pay another $400 just to get through the gateway hassles.
And how would you, as far as insurance goes, how would you guarantee if they do something wrong that they have to pay for it? Because right now, the property owner is responsible for their contractors.
That falls into what Bill knows about my house code.
Well, tell her you can play into
I
it.
could be blind into it, but it's just, like I said, it's something that I think would work. Yeah, maybe not all vendors would do it, but, those vendors would be liable for, the landowner to give them a pass.
So you'd write that in whatever contract that they would sign?
Right, right. So, we're talking vendors that, are bigger companies that they don't wanna pay their employees to be standing out there at the gate, making phone calls and trying to get in. To them, that's worth it.
What would you do with like Tom and Thomas Kappelman? Because he just went through the gate. and
That's
a
a
big
hard
heavy
one
truck.
because they're not landowners, but they live here and, you know, I will tell you this, what I do know, it's not gonna be a charge for essential services. I do not believe
Right.
that essential services should be
No.
charged anything.
No.
They get in the gate.
you're really talking an impact.
So there's a couple,
That's the,
Connie Hines added a couple of comments. So one looks like for every $100 increase, the association would have an additional 70,300 with the 703 members. Can we just simply ask for a $100 donation from each landowner? And then the other part of that is, it is hard enough, in response to charging the vendors, it's hard enough to get vendors to come out here. I really don't think we should charge vendors. They would just pass it on to the homeowner plus a markup, which is true. So everyone would see that increase. You're talking.
Everything
for
anyway.
every-
It's not like it's something new.
Yeah, I don't, you know, I'm getting a couple of different vendors who want to pay for advertising. So you must have some idea of what kind of business they're gonna get through here.
yeah, but the advertising money is a result of a hope to get business.
Correct.
What you're charging them a fee, which becomes an additional expense to just come through the gate. They're coming through impacts everything that we do here, whether we realize it or not. They go through the gate has to go up and down. They go on our roads, they do everything within this and that happens. So yeah, there is an impact fee that has to happen and it's just, at some point in time, we've got to start charging for that. We have to start getting that. Because we just keep passing it on and you pass it on and somebody adds their 10% or 30%, whatever. Well, that's the cost of doing business. I mean,
Like a GVW thing?
My thought for softening their blow on their side was to make it a package of advertisement and gate.
It could easily do that.
$1,000. I mean, if we do a GVW thing, then then you can sell it to them, like, we're just paying for roads, because you guys are heavy.
Yeah.
It would involve adding another signboard probably across the street.
It's not our property. We can't just add that.
Yeah, we can't really put a signboard across the street. That's no item that's gonna go across the street.
I mean, we have room on the ad hoc board now, especially right now. There's one individual that has 2 spots on the board that will be removing their signs probably very soon. So we're gonna have, and then the other people that were on the wait list have not responded, so we'll go to the next people on the wait list. We have like 8 people on a wait list right now. So if anybody's wanting to have a ad, they should probably get on the list, because there are gonna be some openings and we need to make sure that they're on the list, otherwise they don't get counted, no matter, if they haven't told Ryan or Ryan they've gotten on the list, it doesn't matter if you've been talking to them for 4 years about getting on that board. If they're not on that list, they're not getting a spot, so I think that's really important, that making sure we're maintaining that single list, so we know what we need, because part of that increase in that ad fee was to make the board better, make things. And they're gonna get some revenue, I mean, they're gonna see an increase in people coming to them. We're already seeing it in the metrics on the, our webpage. You can see what is driving to those web pages. And
Well, those 2 empty spots, they've been empty for.
there's
forever.
technically 3. One is actually paid for and they never brought the sign in. We're like, but yeah, yep. But the other 2, they were promised, they turned in paperwork, they've never paid, and I sent them a notice saying, you don't pay, we're moving on, so, yeah.
Well, I think we're kind of here at the point now. This is just the budget with no increase, right? This is what we
Correct.
have to do if we get nothing.
Yeah,
So
so
this is
essentially,
where the hard work comes in, right?
we gotta cut.
And we gotta cut, right? And unfortunately, we need to cut we need to break it down into gotta haves, nice to haves, and, whatever. And then we do what we do here, we do our surgery, and then we make the other budget with, the things that we really want, like, the office payroll and all this other stuff, and that's how we build value. So, I mean, bottom line is we have to go through here and say, what can we live without?
On the income side,
It's probably gonna hurt.
on the income side, we've had people ask about the ability to charge for guest passes.
We've been gonna do that for 25 years.
Well, we now have the tool to do it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that we're charging your guests, my guests, we're charging the landlord, and they can choose to charge their guests.
I think you're in between there, though, is based off what you're saying and what you said is your guests are typically towing something. Why don't you just charge, if you're gonna put the charge, instead of saying, hey, your friends need to pay to come over, if your friends come over the boat's gonna cost $10 to go through the gate.
Yeah.
It's like a good, in my opinion, that's a good balance. So when guest passes get sent, this may require some camera footage, but when they come through, it's associated, and then you can bill directly to the landowner through the system. What it shows up as is a bill that they have to pay, and then if they don't pay it, then you could send it to collections. It wouldn't be like, I'm trying to remember exactly how they presented it, but it's built into the.
I don't remember.
I have to dig some more. But this is not a new technique. This is both the website and the gate system are used by other HOAs, so this is nothing new. But yeah,
I mean, you gotta use to put your boat in at the state park, it costs you $5. You gotta go to the kiosk and pay up.
Drive your sedan.
I was just gonna say that, there's art there.
Yeah.
So just drive your
Yeah.
passenger.
Do we have an account of how many guest passes are given out at any one month?
No, we've tried that before, and we've actually tried to do it through the old system that we had. The new system, we will be able to prop to you, is supposed to be able to, we can say how many guest passes were created. I haven't seen that yet, but it's a possibility to do that. But we haven't.
$3 to $5 a piece, we know what kind of income we're actually getting.
Because we could charge 10 for people towing stuff, or charge everybody $5.
Well, then, what we,
Like to simplify, you just charge.
$5.
I mean, I'm gonna say up front, I don't like the idea of charging just for, like, if I wanted my mom to come over, gotta make her a guest pass. Now I got my mom's gotta pay $5 to come over and like, it's,
You pay $5 for your mom to come over.
she's like, you're not worth that, I'm not coming
A cup of
over.
coffee.
so
We
this,
talked about in the past, because seriously, this has been talked about a lot, is
Hang on,
that each
Steve.
landowner would get so many passes a year. There's people up here that do hundreds of passes a year, and that to me is a little overboard. Now, if you have an event or something, maybe we could fit that in if you're gonna use the event center or something, I don't know.
I'd do that. I would buy a block of guest passes.
Yeah, you're right. Some have copious numbers of
50
guests
over
and
100
some
bucks.
don't. I can tell you, standing up at the gate for a couple hours on a weekend,
Oh, yeah.
it's boats and trailers. And I mean, if you're trying to make money and to be in the middle where you're not uproaring a large population for every single, and the amount of data is gonna be overwhelming if you do guest passes specifically. But the system, if you're monitoring people going through the gate, it's a lot easier to stop and go, well, it's a boat, and spot check, stuff like that, in my opinion, because it's just car after car after car, and if you're trying to sift, there's no way to say like, oh, only 10 guests can come on this property, and in the 11th, now that's $5. Like, I don't think, I could be wrong there, but I don't think there's a way to do that. It may require the module for people to say like, I have guests coming over with a boat. And then you're still gonna have to sift through that data and say, okay, landowner Joe Schmo had a guest come over at 4:30 pulling a boat. Did they pay? No, and if they didn't, then you could send the bill directly to them.
So Ryan, because Corruptia seems to be able to do a whole lot of stuff, right? And we need to generate money. And to me, the least painful thing for our landowners is something like you're talking about. Can we put a swipe thing on there? If you're a guest pass and you just put your credit card out, dang, you get hit $5 and you come.
Oh,
I'll
no.
answer your questions. So go with Meg's first, is she's got a point. Yeah, easily can limit the number of visitor passes
For free.
for free. You can put a number on it. You can put a number.
That we can do.
You can put a number on it. It's like, okay, so you get 100, you get 100 a year. Okay, after that.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but
That's a lot.
it's 100
It's
in the.
just an example, it's just an example. The other example is my vendor thing, okay, so I'm getting the fact that, oh, we don't wanna keep vendors out of here because we need them. I get that, Okay, were you willing to pay for the vendor? Willing to have a vendor cost, a vendor pass cost?
So that was
Because-
what Randy Geisler asked, since vendors have passes, is there a way to charge for access per entry or per load?
That was basically, I was making an annual fee for that, but I meant the landowner who wants the vendor to come in and do some work for them. They're gonna be willing to pay for that versus willing to pay for their mom to come in. I'm not willing to pay for I'm not willing to pay for my grandson to come in here. But I am willing to pay for a vendor to come in here because I need my furnace fixed.
Yeah, but it's a per car thing. It's not there's no way to.
I think to go
No.
back to 2018, when the system was put in and we were working through it. In that particular year, I remember that we asked, and there was, nature was around 6,500 guest passes given out in that year. So that would net at $5 a guest pass, that net about $32,000. So that gives you an idea about what you're doing. There's another thing on your boat comments that come up. A boat is supposed to have a guest pass at the lake to be on the water. So it should get a guest pass. We shouldn't be allowing people through the gate on a single guest pass because the guest pass is for the car, not for the boat. And we haven't been doing
We
that.
go back to old school and they gotta come in and buy a pass for it.
So
No, you can sell it over you can sell it online. It should be able to go.
I just meant the system.
They can
you know,
print out.
like, okay,
is there a way for, because Proptia sends you an email about, you get your pass. Is there a way to, because I would think most people give their guest passes in advance, it's not last minute type thing. Is there a way to direct them and to put a way to pay on our website and say, this pass will be validated when you pay $5 or $10 on the website? I mean, it's a little complicated, but you don't want to back things up. And if landowners don't want to pay, right? So you put the burden on the guest. You know, you get to come up here and impact our, place. You know, there's a $10 admission fee. You know, it's like Disney World,
So Proptia doesn't have, from my knowledge right now, Proptia doesn't have any pay to play features. All your pay to play is gonna be through the website. So now you have two different companies that don't really. Yeah, they say that they are teammates, but they're really not. They just kind of, oh, you need that, go over to this one, and the vice versa. No,
I'll pay it to put in a pay station for a 10% cut.
I mean, when you look at that, that's not.
that you're gonna volunteer back.
Not a bad idea as far as, we're over here going, man, you have to pay if you want to park at a state park.
Yeah.
For your vehicle, launch your boat, camp. Yeah, you want to go downtown and go parking.
Yeah, you're using our resources.
It's a fee, and you are using a huge amount of our resources.
But you also gotta consider how you enforce that, because the Park
Yep.
Service has a park ranger. And actually, the park ranger is not who issues the ticket, it's the sheriff's department. The park ranger can just go, oh, hey, they don't have a tag, call the sheriff.
Landowners are responsible for their
Yeah.
guests.
So
If they don't pay, then you bill the land.
correct, and the point I'm trying to make is, how do you implement the rule for payment? And then how do you enforce it? And the reason I go on the boat and trailer thing is because if you're sifting through data and camera footage without any type of automatic charging or swiping at the pedestal, that would be the easiest thing to look through, because, you're not having to do every single person. But on the flip of that as well is, we gotta be careful, because we're looking at asking for increase in dues come next annual meeting, so it's gonna be hard to say all your guests need to pay money, and on top of it, you need to pay money more.
The books on existing services.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be all for the dues. Like, I have had several landowners say, we need to be $1,000, $1,200 a year. And I know people keep complaining like, oh, this isn't Sun River and all that stuff. Yeah, but we had a 2x4 costs the same out here as it does down there.
Probably more here.
Exactly. So it's not that we're trying to compete with them, but we also have to keep our head above water. Nothing is cheap.
Well, we did all of those arguments
Yeah.
last year and we got summarily shut down.
So we can't
You just have to cut.
close this budget where we're at today. And there's consideration of buying a marina. So if we can't make this budget, but we're considering buying how much is the marina?
We don't, what,
So if we, at the end of that exercise, find that it's just not worth, are those funds something that can be converted to?
Has to be voted on by the membership, and it can be voted on at an annual meeting, doesn't require 75%, but.
I would strongly recommend that we don't make that pitch this year. There'll be a path.
Okay.
There's lots of different comments that have come in, so I'm just gonna kind of read the ones that I have seen that we haven't been able to answer. Let's see, sorry, that one we answered. Back to the gate access, we're building a house, just think of how many vendors come out to complete that house. It's a lot of extra expense for the contractors. I read that one. I do not like having to charge guests for coming to see me, especially somebody that lives with them. Would they be considered a guest at that time? And then another one was, why aren't we able to use some of the collected fund help?
To help.
Yeah, there you go. On those weekend for toilets and roads, they make money off the cans and the bingo. And then they put in volunteer funds. So I'm thinking that's what they're meaning. So why can't we use some of the collected volunteer fund to help pay for toilets and roads?
I think,
Is that what you think?
why aren't we able to use some of the collected fund?
They do to repair the docks and
I
stuff.
think the word "to" is missing, to help on weekends for toilets and roads. Yeah.
They do, that might
Does already.
Yeah, that isn't collected funds, that's volunteer hours and we turn in the cans and bottles to get the money, so that isn't collected funds.
So I guess we dip into expenses and see what we can carve out.
That's all we can do right
That's all
now.
you can do. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to change.
Let's dip down below income and
Go to the big ones.
Yep.
Maintenance.
Go right to
Yep,
the
go to
office.
the big ones.
Right to the office.
Yeah.
And office, it's gonna be
Yeah.
the big ones.
Insecurity.
So if you did, what was it, 60 over 80, that was a 50% increase on payroll. And then your percentages for all the other things below it are gonna follow. So the intent is to be at 80, but obviously,
Well, actually, that
How
number,
many,
the payroll,
Casey, how many hours do you put in a week?
so Bill, Mike, the 80
Yeah,
that
well, the
I
office
came
is
up
open.
with.
Once a week. Office is open right now, 46 hours
A week, okay. And that's not an, there's not an overtime situation, is there?
No.
So the 86.
There's never, not right.
We can dump that down.
That's not for. For better.
So you have a number for this year's budget on
We can
where
dump
you
that
think you're
down
gonna
to
come
60
in,
easy.
actual versus how much?
Correct.
We say something
That's
about-
exactly.
we're over $52,416.
Okay.
for 2025.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at
Don't-
2024.
This year.
Actual
That's
expense.
what it's come out.
Correct.
It's right there.
Don't have interest raises.
It's the second column.
Keep going. Trying to see where we're at this year. So net operating income, we're negative. Okay, keep going down. That might not show it.
Okay,
Yeah, there's gonna be a.
so we're gonna take 30 off of that.
Yes, just speed this up.
I've negotiated a $30,000 drop in payroll.
Okay.
20. 30's too low. 20.
I took 30 and I got it, so.
It doesn't calculate, the 80 does calculate rather high, but,
Hey, I do as
Are you
much
figuring-
payroll as you do.
I know it sucks, but that's a 25% year over year increase. It shows intent and it is more, it's not where we want to be. We can all equally say that out loud.
But you're balancing the budget right now. This isn't asking.
Yeah, we're
for
just
you to be
balancing.
And if we get anything additional, it can easily go towards that.
Yeah.
Because it's open money. Anything we bring in is open.
what I was trying to say is that the 80.
We can drop the 20 to 11,000 payroll tax expense.
Oh, yeah, because you dropped the.
My 80 was
That's
total.
what I was saying, the
I'm sorry,
percentages.
what?
So that'll be 11,000.
11,000.
60.
Hey.
What are we at now, Michelle?
Shit, that was 30 right there.
So drop down, see where we're at.
My number was 60.
Wait,
13.
We're at 13. God, Bob's not here. Let's cut roads.
Security number, I mean, I was pretty,
Security.
yeah, that needs to come down.
there it is.
You're making me sick all the way.
Like 10,000?
So 17 is over the course of 3 weekends. So you can either say lose a weekend or lose 2 weekends.
So, okay, hold on, time out. You guys are standing right next to that, so people can't, they're hearing your comfort, whatever you guys just said, everybody just heard. So,
No swearing.
just so you know,
There
that
was no swearing.
it's really hard when we all start talking, the people online can't hear anything.
Thank you, Michelle.
Connie Hines said, obviously to produce payroll tax, we just did, but also remember to decrease the workers' comp insurance. So I just went back in and did that.
So we're talking about security, dropping that down.
So roughly 5,600 a weekend.
Are they here like 3 days typically or
I
2?
think it depends on how it falls.
Karen's online.
Karen, is security usually here like 3 days or 2 days?
They generally are here Friday evening. And then Saturday until Sunday evening. We increased their hours to longer, like 3 or 4 in the morning, because that's when our issues were coming in. But anyhow, yes, they are here 3 days.
Are they here all 3 weekends?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. And the holidays, Karen, if I remember right, the holiday that, like Memorial Day or whatever fell on Monday. So instead of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, didn't we adjust that so they were actually here Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because Friday wasn't an issue, people coming in? If I remember right.
No, we did not adjust that, because Monday is generally everybody's leaving. So Friday night is on a 3-day weekend would be the big issue. This year we did cut back on people attending to the gate. We didn't have security at the gate because 3-hour watch took it. So that was why the bill came in at 15,000, not 17. But anyhow,
If we did 2 days of holiday weekend, it'd go 11,000. 2 instead of 3.
But is the 17 is for 5 different weekends.
Three weekends.
The Memorial Day isn't that big.
That's too cold.
Is it?
Yeah.
The first weekend of the year.
Yeah. Okay. What else do we do?
We can take the snow maintenance back down to 5. Bob's left.
Yeah, let's see.
And the labor part.
There we are.
5,000.
Flag change.
Well, let's stop, Jesus, I
I told you I was gonna make it
stop
stop.
for a minute. We're back into something like line 11 there, where we were at 21 and we're up at 45, so we've doubled that to an expected cost, twice as much as what our actual cost is going to be. And I realized that was reflected with comments Steve made, but are those projections? We may not be able to live through projections. We may have to live with actual numbers here for a bit. Okay. So we may have to say, okay, that's a projected cost. Yes, it might do that, but right now we've got to match what we did last year, and we might just have to stay there because we're down to nickel and dime in this stuff. So I would just line 11 there would be, say, 2,100 or 2,200 instead of 45.
He just made us that true.
Has John left? We got the rifle range.
No, he's
Okay.
And I'm still.
John.
That's the jewel of our.
He hovered around, he knew.
Oh, hey, I'm the one responsible for John having a budget, so.
Right.
Take road signs down.
Yeah, we could take road signs, but that's still.
Yeah, put it, road signs at 500, it gives you a little bit of money to oopsies.
You know, we bumped up outhouse maintenance too. I mean, we could take a couple out if we had to.
Yeah. Yeah, we're at 10, yeah,
At 11.
that's a good idea. Let's just make it 10.
Well, it costs 11.55, yeah, so.
Yeah.
All right. What's the gap? How much?
Wait a minute. In
You
June,
added.
You added
You added
what did I add?
$4,500 as income.
the income.
We took away
This is
some
a
of our
European
income.
number.
No, you took
So
no.
it's actually
You reduced
$5.36.
income on the decals.
You reduce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So put that.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it back.
Oh,
How stupid of me.
We'll cover the difference.
Oh,
It was line 11, I thought.
yeah, you're right. Because you were talking about this is projected in actual.
Right. Well, we'll live with on that side. Okay.
Now we're gonna be about 3,000, give or take.
gun range, didn't we increase by a little bit for next year? Can we bring it back to?
Same.
That's pretty much, yeah, that's the same.
can
Can
we
we live
take
with
some
that?
off of our annual meeting costs?
Yeah, great point.
Remember, they are charging that security deposit this year and,
Yeah, but was it 13,000?
oh, yeah.
They're trying to find it, sorry.
Meetings right
What-
there.
That,
Thank you.
What do you think we could take off that, Karen?
Well, I think there was a lot of, like, we don't have to have Fieldstone come
Guys?
pay for Fieldstone to count. That
Oh,
could
that's
be
right.
an in-house thing. We're paid
How
for
about, do you
mileage
think,
and
do you think you can do the check-in and not have Fieldstone come and do that?
absolutely.
Okay,
You get
yeah,
volunteers
we
to
can
do
cut
that.
the hell out of that
volunteers to do
because,
that.
yeah, that was,
So what do
Yeah.
you want? Yeah. Totally.
The other thing that they do is they process and collect all of the, if we do pre-balloting or whatever, they process all of that.
and we could have that mailed here.
Yeah,
Then.
but then you,
Well, it has
Just
to be opened by security. I did all of them anyhow.
We could just put them in the safe. If they got mailed to us, we just put them directly in the safe, and then whoever has access to the safe could take care of it, and we wouldn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, because we did that, between Karen and I, we went through all of those.
Or you buy another one of the wall boxes that are in there and you make it a ballot box and people drop.
Yeah.
And there's lots of different ways you could do it
Yeah.
to eliminate them. I mean, you were talking about check-in. That could be a really great opportunity for the 3R Watch people to promote them and meet and greet everybody as they come in the door. They do such a fabulous job.
What if they have that list?
Is that 13?
Jeez. We can cut that in half.
Did we balance it?
I mean,
It's
do
like
you
when you go to the
want
bathroom in a restaurant and the food
Yes.
comes out.
Stand up and like,
I would say.
So
that-
we're talking $3,000. So
Okay, so if we make it 10.
if we make it 10, then you would be, you'd be there.
Okay.
Because we used to, as property owners, we did all the check-in. We didn't
Yeah.
used to have Fieldstone. And we did all the counting, the ballot counting too.
Well, we still do that. Yeah.
Oh, we're off $16.
$16.
The gun club could do
take
it.
it out of roads.
Yeah, you got $50 more.
And take that off snow plow and payroll.
yeah, take us no problem payroll.
Yeah.
Apparently they're not taking the money anyways.
How much do you guys still charge for the?
Yeah. John said you could take it off.
It's
the gun
almost
club.
$8,500. This is what they would charge. me.
$500, and I promise you guys will have a spectacular meeting. Okay, so for $16, you're gonna get 9,800 and,
For the gun club.
no, I'm gonna take another $16 off of your meeting.
Yeah.
Meetings and events, it's gonna be 9,980.
The issue is that that leaves us with no contingency fund.
Right, that's a problem.
I vote bringing the gun club down just a smidge. I mean, you're offering up more money to the gun club than you are to the roads at this point.
No, the roads have $100 and something thousand.
No, the maintenance side.
Gun club's probably one of the most used.
Yeah, but that's a big number. It's not like we're only offering 500 and I'm taking that away. I'm just saying, like, what was it, 10? Was it $10,000?
9,700.
Well, we're at 10
John
now.
said you could do the 99.50 again.
John, could you put it 9,000?
Yes.
I mean, it's not a lot, but just bring it down a little.
I gotta give them another $100. Can we find another place?
What, the annual meeting?
No, to keep John whole.
Yeah, we could take it out.
I agree.
Well,
Yeah,
the
that thing is-
issue would go back up to snow removal payroll that we would have
Go back
because
up to
there's.
that.
another-
We can
Well,
snap.
that's just the maintenance.
No, there's a payroll number. that-
$2,000. And
Down.
It's 2,000.
Here.
That would be something.
Gross wages snow reports 4,000.
The 4,000, make it 2, and then we got it.
There you go.
And then give John back his.
Yep, give it
John,
back.
God damn it, John.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hard work.
Did you say that? Yeah.
All that for $50? That's all you're giving him?
No, 1,000.
Be happy that you got it, okay?
Okay.
Oh my God, it's all at 1 o'clock.
Oh, done, look at, oh, where to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 2,000 plus. There's your
There's
contingency.
your contingent.
There we go.
Don't sneeze anymore.
No,
Yeah, really.
Yeah, don't stub a toe. We ain't got room for it.
Now you got room. Can we move the meeting, annual meeting to a cheaper place? Can we do it locally around here?
Well, a lot of people in the valley is. a
Yeah,
challenge.
that has been bandied around for several years. There's never been an actual application to do it. It's designed to be, or it's at the Elks Lodge in Milwaukee. It's not an expensive place to do it. What makes it expensive is Fieldstone operating the annual meeting.
Yep.
So we're taking that in-house. The issue has been, why do we have it in the winter? And that's because that's the way the bylaws are set up, so we can't change that unless we have a vote of the membership. And that is basically the same reason as the location. We have to put it as a ballot measure, create that as part of the bylaws, that the meeting will be held at this particular point in time, the president secures my job is to secure a location.
Your job, so why don't we just look into that?
Yeah, well, because I'm not getting cross, I can plant my flags in a lot of other hills that's not gonna flag, I'm not.
Well, the majority of property owners don't live on this side of the.
Right.
That is
They're on
correct.
that side.
So that's it. And we're not, breaks my heart to tell you, Steve, we're not here to deal with property owners who live in the
Well, we gotta get a quorum too. and-
Yeah.
Taking the maintenance in the meeting into our hands again.
Oh, that's gonna save a buttload of money. I mean, excuse me. That's gonna save a
and I
lot.
can tell you that there's some very capable office staff, so even if we have to pay them an hourly rate to sit there, you're gonna be coming under, way under.
Okay, so now at this point, Bob, you need to get this budget up, printed out, so that all of us can take a look at it at the next meeting in December, which tentatively I would like to schedule as a Zoom only meeting due to the holidays, if that's possible, if that's agreeable with people. But we need to vote on the budget at the next meeting.
What are you thinking about for a date?
And
Well, it's the third Sunday, and I lost my.
That's the 15th.
Yeah, so it's December 15th, so at this point, that's our open day unless there is a
I'm out of town traveling. family on that day.
I get back from traveling.
that's only, just to let you know, that's only because Fridays is birthday.
21st or 22nd won't work for me.
No, that's too close to the holiday.
And 29th is, not gonna work either.
Eight work, but I can also miss.
Just do it on 8th, because a lot of people will be here at the 7th for the volunteer.
Oh, yeah, for the volunteer thing.
I won't be here.
Okay, well, we've got to figure out something to have a meeting if it's a Zoom only. But we have to be able to advertise it. We've got to do it 14 days, so we gotta.
Oh, you guys
A
are
weekday.
We
Is
could,
it Zoom?
we could make it a weekday if you wanted to Zoom. Michelle, how's that for you?
Whatever,
Was there just the other day?
as long as it's in the evening, we're good, and I'm like,
Yeah, wouldn't be during. the
Yeah.
day.
Just for the board meeting?
Do we want to do it 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th?
not all those days.
Down there. This is such a good job down there.
Mom, you got any conflicts the week of the 16th?
Not yet.
You did.
This would
December
be,
16th, I get back on the 15th.
so we could do the 17th or 18th.
I'm gone through the 18th.
So we're down to the 19th.
You're just back changing days. You want to do it on Sunday? You want to do a different day?
We're doing it as a Zoom meeting only, so the suggestion was to do it just during a weekday evening. We just have to have a 2-week announcement that it's been changed from the 15th, so that gives us the time to get it out there.
Thursday, the 19th?
At what time?
Uh,
6.
Yeah, post 5 p.m. please.
6.
6th,
Does that work for you, Ryan?
What,
the 19th
December
at 6th.
19th, 6 p.m.
Thursday?
Yeah. Zoom only.
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
It's Thursday night football, that's cool.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, he knows what's up.
You don't have to have your
You
mic
can
on.
act like you're engaged in the meeting, you know, just have it on.
Nobody says your camera's gotta be on.
Present
I
for
always
vote.
cover my little things.
Oh, no, we love it when you tell your wife, oh, God, this is so boring. These guys aren't doing anything. I want to be in here.
You know, that's
Your
my
wife's
wife.
going, whoops, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, she did that one time. I couldn't
Yeah, we all heard it.
I know.
So Thursday, the 19th.
19th.
At 6.
And we'll put out a Zoom notice, obviously.
So what date did we decide?
19th December,
19th?
still the 19th of December.
And there's not going to be a lot.
And is the
other
date
than
again, Morgan?
We should have some committee reports. And also, I would like to
6
have
p.m.
any of you who have potential changes to the bylaws to get some suggestions up. We're going to have to do some work outside of the meetings to get these together. So that's going to include changes in assessments, any changes that would be something that we would be looking for to be voted on at the annual meeting, because we have to have it typed up, ready to go and put into the annual meeting packet, which will go out the middle of February. Days are, yes.
And I would love to be on a committee or whatever to help you guys with the marketing, because that's what it's gonna take. When we decided, a lot of us decided that we wanted to pave everything up here, a group of about 20 of us got together around a table like this, and we all wrote down the same things. What was bad about it, what was good about it, and then we all said the same thing to everybody.
Yeah.
So that the
That helps.
message was the same, and by golly, we got it passed.
Well, we need that. Okay, I will put you down.
Yeah, it was before Facebook, yeah.
Clean out the closet of skeletons.
All right. We have to do your thing.
So before you close, are you done?
No, we haven't asked for an
Adjourn.
adjourn.
Before you ask that, I'd like to do the house bill finalization for January, and if you're gonna make a decision, yea or nay on vendor package. There's no reason to start it in March, it ought to be annually, due January 30th.
That's fine. Then let's put everything together. We'll create a motion for the December meeting. Vote on it, and be done.
Okay. So put it on the agenda, if you would.
You get me your language before you do that.
You said it was a problem having language, you know, in a meeting.
Good language.
Don't use,
Make up your mind, Bill.
use your inside voice. Okay. Does anybody have anything else? Thanks for your patience and understanding in helping us through this. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
That's always the easiest one.
Well.
What is it? Okay, motion, any discussion? Call for a vote.
Karen,
Yes.
Morgan,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Dave, yes.
All right, again, thank you very much. Karen, I hope you get your feeling better.
Yeah.
And we will see everybody visually.
See you, everybody.